Hello? Testing 1 2 3. Rita. Testing 1 2 3.
Uh-oh.
Rita. Testing 1 2 3.
Uh-oh. Let me just close that tab there.
Hi, Green Cheese. How are you? Yeah, okay. Let's put a video here. How are you guys doing this fine? Oh, okay, there we go. My green screen. Okay, let's see how our horses are doing here. Surely we get a Imperial horse, right? Surely. Imperial horse? Damn. No Imperial horse. Okay, let's shove these into a random stable. Dang, no Imperial horses today. Damn. Almost. I've actually gotten like 4 so far, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if that's a lot, but I feel like I've gotten 4 in like the last week. Okay. I do kind of wish the UI was a little bit more, I don't know. Like I have to look on the left side of my screen, then all the way to the right just to see the information. I kind of wish the information was like a little bit closer together, like in the middle, you know? There we go. How's the rest of my horses here? 26? Should we breed them at 26? Hi, Ruiz. How are you? Hi. We're just handling our horses right now. Ooh, I guess I don't really have any male horses right now. Ooh. Guess let's harness that one, harness this one. Okay. So that's gonna be taken out. I kind of had a system going, but I feel like I messed it up. There. So plan for today is we're going to do the Oldmoon Podcast, which should be starting in the next like 30 minutes or so. So we're just going to bide our time here in BDO, just do some dailies in the meantime. And then after the podcast, we're going to be jumping back into Claire Obscur. Fudders, hi Fudders. Number 302 Fudders. Oh my god, number 302. If I count every day, I will never forget. You know what I mean? Icy Watcher. How are you? Hey, Gwarl. You know? Did I even say that? Is it Gwarl or Gorl? Is the W before the vowel or after the vowel? You know? We'll never know. You feel a bit tired. Oh no. Wasn't it late for you, Icy Watcher? Isn't it kind of late? Isn't it kind of like the degen hours for you? Have you tried sleeping? Have you tried like closing your eyes? by chance. Usually when people try to sleep, they have their like eyes open. Doesn't it's hard. It's hard to sleep that way, you know what I mean? Usually when people try to sleep, they look at this like screen in their hand, right? They have this like glowing object in their hand and they're like scrolling down stuff. And that like it doesn't help, you know. Hi Lazy Gaming, how are you? We're just about to start the Oldmoon Podcast in about the next 30 minutes. So we're just biding our time here in BDO and just doing some dailies. And after, we're going to be jumping into Claire Obscur Expedition 33. We're going to be finishing up Act 2. We pretty much have done everything that we could do in like the area we're in. Oh my god, it's Sorgarin. Running time for the podcast, yes. Well, welcome. Usually charge. You don't have your like charge like next to your bed. So you can doom scroll, you know? We love doom scrolling. Do I have any more boxes? I do. Oh, hi Sorgarin, how are you? We're just doing our dailies right now. And we're just about to start the podcast soon. And then after, we're gonna jump into Claire Obscur. That's how I said. It's French, you know. I don't sleep. You try. You're low battery right now. You're low bat. I see, watcher. I see. Oh my god, am I out of capturing rope? Ain't no way. There, 500. I'll never run out anymore. Have you played Expedition 33 in Swargren? Are you much of an RPG gamer? I mean, I guess BDO is basically an RPG. MMO RPG. Oh! No, nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Oh my god, my fingers are fidgety. Must be all the parrying that I'm doing in Expedition 33. I've been having some weird FPS drops and stutters in the game. Oh, that's not weird. That's just a thing in BDO. That's just a thing in BDO. You can do all the optimization you want in BDO. You will always have stutters. You can reduce the amount, but you will never be rid of the stutters. I promise. It's just a BDO thing, and we're all just kind of used to it at this point. Wasn't like that. That's also a BDO thing, too. That's also a BDO thing too. It's that randomly you'll just get stutters like worse, like all of a sudden, and it might be like a patch or something. Your computer is just a BDO thing too. I've gotten used. I've been playing the game for like 6 years, so I know the weird stuff that happens all the time. It's not weird. It's just normal. It's a feature actually. It's a BDO feature. So you're now experiencing this part of the feature. You know. Bum, bum, bum. Optimizations. Video's kind of known for not being the most optimized game, and you gotta like do a lot of outside stuff to really optimize it. Have you done a lot of like outside stuff as a watcher, or like have you been mostly just in-game stuff? That's why I feel tired. So much concern and energy on thinking my PC is not. No, it's not. What's your specs? What's your current specs? NVIDIA panel and lasso. Yeah. That's just it's something that everybody goes through. Every video player eventually goes through. Is process, lasso, and NVIDIA control panel. Just messing around with that. I've kind of just accepted it at this point, to be honest. Bum, 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 bum. Caesar. Mm-hmm. 3060. Okay, that's pretty good still. 1350. i5. Okay. Yeah, not bad at all. That's definitely more than enough for BDO for sure. But, you know, again, BDO is just gonna be a very stuttery game in general, so you can do your best to reduce the amount of stutters, but you'll never be rid of them, unfortunately. It's just the way it is. Are you trying to get like max FPS by chance, IC Watcher, or do you cap your FPS? Because I personally cap my FPS. I do turn on VSync. I know everybody and their mom is like, "Oh, turn off VSync," but I turn it on just because I want more of a smoother gameplay. And I do find that I do have a smoother gameplay if I cap my FPS at 60. So I just pretty much cap everything at 60. So you could try that. Is try turning on VSync and G-Sync and all that stuff. I kind of, I don't know if you've heard this explanation before, IC Watcher, but I kind of equate your computer kind of like skincare. I don't know if you've ever gone into skincare much, but growing up I had like really bad acne, and so the rest of my family, a little bit unfair, they have perfect skin, so nobody could help me in my family, and like they would they would give me advice that like works for them, right? I mean, they had a bit of acne, but it wasn't as severe as mine, right? So they would suggest things that would work for me, or for them, right? But doesn't work for me because I have like a different skin type, right? Same thing with computers, right? Computers, they're all like built differently. Even if you have the same parts, like, you know, it's just very different every time, right? Just one solution for somebody might work for them, but another solution for you might not work, right? So you just gotta keep trying and trying until you find something that works for you. That's just how it be. Hi, Donut. How are you? We're just about to get started with the Oldmoon Podcast. And just doing some dailies in the meantime. How are you this fine Wednesday afternoon, evening, wherever you're from? That's interesting about capping it to 60 to have smoother. I want to try and see. Well, how like my brain has been processing it is okay. So I discovered this when I started doing like VTubing. Ice Watcher, is that I would notice that my VTuber stuff would be lagging the heck out of it, right? Whenever I'm playing BDO. And my BDO would be running at like 150, 160 FPS if I uncap things, right? And then how I started like thinking about it was like, oh, maybe my all of my computer resources are focused onto BDO and I'm not like allocating those resources accordingly, right? So by limiting the amount of FPS that I'm doing in BDO, it means I'm using less resources in BDO and you know, my other programs are able to use those resources to run smoother, right? And so once I like recapped it, it made a world of a difference in the rest of my programs to run smoothly. Like my VTuber programs were just constantly lag, right? But after like capping it, like it basically fixed it, you know? Okay, Kerr just messaged me. He just got home. So we're just getting ready whenever they are. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Besides mindlessly grinding for karma since they removed karma recover scroll. Besides mindless grinding for karma since they removed oh wait, you're red right now, donuts? Why are you red? What happened? What's the tea, huh? Oh, you're perma red. Have you been perma red for a while? What's with the Power Ranger bots on Kama 5? I have no idea. Bootykins. That's the first I've heard of that. Why are there Power Rangers on Kama 5? What happened? How are you, Mr. Bootykins? We're just about to get started with the podcast here. Okay, last quest. Move to the marked location. I'm here. I'm here. It's hilarious though. Oh. Wait, are they actually bots or are they just people who decided to have fun with the game? I know that's like a blasphemous thing to say, right? But fun in BDO, in my BDO? What? Okay. All level 10, same outfit with lettered names with colored wagons, legit like Power Rangers. What? Okay, let me head over there. What? What? There's Power Rangers. You said comma 5, Velia Beach. Is there a shortcut to like turn off your alchemy stone or you just gotta click it? I'm on my way. Did they remove the dragon yet? Are we dragonless now? Dragon D's. Okay, you said comma 5. Do, do, do. To line away. Didn't say. Do, 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 us. Oh my god. Well, I don't think they're bots because they have dooms, right? Well, I guess they got the free T9 and the free T10, right? Now that I think about it. Why are they? Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe it's like free players. But what is this like wagon thing? Do you get this for free as well? This is interesting. Maybe they're just trying to have fun, you know? This is kind of fun. This is kind of fun. The rumor is that they are protesting AFK fishing? Why? Wait, why? Why are they protesting AFK fishing? What? They got it all color coded too. It goes from red, yellow, green, blue, darker blue, purple, and then magenta. Ooh, pink. Set us free. Their characters are color coded? Okay, where are the characters too? Are they riding the wagon? No. On the beach yelling. Wait, what are they saying? I don't see anybody in chat here saying anything. Wait, what? IGN buff. Huh. Dude, yeah, I'm looking at my chat here. I don't seem to see anything said in chat. Oh, in-game audio. Oh, I don't think I have that turned on. Or it's like quiet and I can't hear it. Ew. Yeah, I don't hear it. I don't have I guess I don't have the in-game volume. Oh, it looks like my other team is here. I just noticed. Let me go fix it up. Oh yeah, I see them. Yeah, I see. Right here. I see that person. Oh my god, I do see them now. Right here. They're yelling. Are they just constantly yelling? Okay, interesting. Wow. Hi, Luxian. Apparently there's some people protesting these fishers or whatever. Hold on, let me... Oh. Okay, let me fix up the podcast. We're going to be starting here soon, guys. Okay, let's get blonde in here.
I'm living the dream.
Hi, team.
Hi, Jay. We were just saying
Everybody.
how well our lives are going.
Yep.
Oh, Pog. Did you know there's some fishers or there's some people on Velia Beach doing some sort of fishing protest? Have you seen this?
Really?
Mm-hmm. They're all like color coded. I can here. Let
Wait,
me share my
what
screen
channel?
on Discord. Comma 5 Velia Beach.
Bro, these are my homies right here, bro.
Hey, do you
These are the people
see?
that fucking get it.
Do you
Are they
see?
all just standing there, not actually fishing? Like, what the fuck?
They're like yelling. I don't have my in game, but they have their wagons out here, and then they're. Are you looking at my screen right now?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay, so there's the red guy here, and they're all like color coded like Power Rangers, and there's the yellow guy over here. There's the yellow wagon. There's the green guy, and then there's the blue guy here.
So, what makes you think this is like a protest?
Oh, that's what my chat was saying, is that they're protesting AFK fishing.
I like these people. I like them. I mean, I think it's killing the game. Like I think it's doing real damage. I think we're gonna end up talking about it tonight. Is what's probably gonna happen. But Jay, good catch, good chat, good catch
Oh.
to Jay's chat.
There we go. Something
we'll
to talk about.
that. That'll be the first thing we talk about here. Before we end up being on like the podcast proper, Kerr, you playing the game right now? Just be honest with me. I know Blonde's not.
Am I playing the game right now?
Yeah.
Like actively, not like
I would
literally
s-
right this second.
I would say currently more than I have in the last almost 3 years, because I basically, I took a break from the last
Well, you-
like basically
well,
3 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say, be
So-
honest. 3 years, you didn't play at all, right?
Yeah, literally.
Like,
So
you
now
have
it's
to be playing,
like
so that's not saying much.
so now it's like okay, I at least try to find an hour a day, whether that's like doing AOS with some friends or just like random housekeeping things or like harassing people in their streams. So I'm
Okay.
much more involved now than I was before in the last
Gotcha.
bit. Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about it. I just wanted to get an idea of where you're at.
Yeah, so I have some
perspective.
perspectives on like returning to the game and all that other
Yep.
stuff that you can.
That's
dig
exactly
into.
the angle. Yep, that's exactly the angle I'm gonna hit. Boom, boom. Okay.
Jay, my camera's being weird, so it might just be a no cam ang.
That's
unless
okay.
you want me to dig deep into it.
Kerr, you're super hot. The selling point for this having you on was the fact that your face was gonna be here. Okay. I'm gonna
Oh, a
need you to lock
scam.
the fuck in.
Can you log into
Well,
this
I think
website?
video. So do you just not have your webcam installed? Hold on, let's see if we can fix it. Like, is your webcam working on your end? Is your computer working? Like your
Yes,
your
it is.
webcam- like your
it
webcam
was-
is that working?
Yeah, I was saying drivers not detected, so I'm re-downloading my drivers right now
Okay.
to see
well,
if that's gonna fix it.
Ooh.
Just give me
Yeah,
like
let's see if that.
2 minutes.
Yeah, you're good. Let's see
Okay.
if that fixes it. Ta-da. It does. Memes aside, it does help the production value when they're face. Let's see.
There are faces to the voices. Yeah.
Okay, so now I've got Blonde, I've got Jay. I'll give you mine 1 second. Holy fucking art. Are you serious? This is what you
What?
crazy. Holy shit, and I thought I was the Coomer.
Isn't it good? I found it. It was posted on the forums like 4 years ago.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, you.
I'm digging.
dug
I'm
deep
doing
for this.
research. Yeah.
What, did nobody make art for this week? Like, nobody had any art this week? You're like, oh shit.
I
that
was
what they
just
call
like
it now, Jay,
sifting.
research?
I was just sifting, and I saw that while I was sifting. So I was like, oh, let's just pick up
Mhm.
something that looks nice.
Mm.
And I was like, oh, I know those pieces. That's the La Breve chest, and that's the snowflake headpiece. So.
All right, let me grab.
There's a Carrack in Velia. Like in Velia. That's crazy.
In the. Okay. And then the artist's name is Kaylee.
Hi, Mushy. How are you? We're just about to get
Hi.
started with the podcast. Let's see. I need to always hit a 7. Okay, so I need
Okay,
one
so
right now.
plan for topics during the podcast while Kerr's getting his stuff going. Jay, you should probably mute comms for a second.
Oh, okay. Yep. It is muted. Yeah. Okay. I am unmuted now.
Okay, I fixed it. I just need to do the source.
All right, Jay's unmuted, so
What? Wow.
there we go.
Oh my god.
Look, as long as I'm not streaming, it's not my career. You know, what are you gonna do? Oh wow, they are yelling. Wait, that's crazy.
Oh, are you here? Are you in comma 5?
Yeah, this is sick. Okay, all right. You know what? We're going to talk about this right now. Right off the bat, we're going to do intros. We're going to do this. Then, Kerr, we're going to go into your stuff, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Because it's
Just go
going
with
on
the
right
flow.
now. Okay, so Kerr, did you reinstall your drivers and stuff?
Yeah, so I'm just making the OBS source for the Ninja, Video Ninja.
Nice. See? Just have a little faith, Jay.
Ooh, I can do a quick tap on my weapon. Surely it goes, right? Quick content. .6%. Surely. Ah,
Good luck.
unlucky.
Oh, I thought you finished. Okay.
Unlucky. Next time. Surely. It gave you all a topic to talk about. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Bootykins. We're usually very like what do we call it? Just go with the flow of the conversation. I do have like topics that I pre-write just to have something to talk
All
about.
right.
But of course, if there's something happening,
All right, Kerr, you got a link for
Man.
us?
then we talk about it.
I almost have it.
Okay. This is nuts.
Okay, so I just hit start and then link it, right? It'll give
Yeah.
me a link.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so the link is not the URL. It's underneath the URL. There'll be like a green link and then a copy button next to it. That's the link you need to give us.
Okay, sending it now.
All right, let's see if this works. See his beautiful face. All right, look at that. Beautiful. Look at
We
that.
fixed,
He's
we're good.
he got a BDO partner hoodie. Look at him.
Oh yeah.
All right. Okay, so are we ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
This. Okay, I have started recording. Jay is already live. Jay, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Jay? I'm gonna take that as
Oh
a
my
red
god, I was
check
muted.
now.
Yes, I'm ready. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay, we're good. All right, we're all locked in now.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So you guys have my link? Yeah, okay, we're good. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Oldmoon Podcast, episode 84.
86.
Right? Yeah, okay. All right, you know what? I had 3 in a row. I got 3 in a row. At some point, nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect, okay? Nobody's perfect. All right, that's just the way it goes.
No.
Episode 86. I'm your host, Blue Squadron, joined by my co-hosts, JaykunVT.
Hi, my name is JaykunVT, V before the T. I do a lot of endgame content such as Olins, Party Boss Blitz, or Zekia. I've actually been doing a casual playthrough of Expedition 33 recently, and so you can find me live over at twitch.tv/JaykunVT, V before the T.
Right on. And my boy, Blonde Bear.
Hello, I'm Blonde Bear. I play old school RuneScape, and I like to party.
Yeah.
Classic energetic blonde as usual, and our special guest this week, someone who I haven't gotten a chance to interact with a whole lot, but as an absolute staple of the BDO community and was for a very long time and is now back from outer space, our boy Kerr. This is Kerr, that's your time to talk.
You're muted. Yeah.
Sorry, my audio's been weird.
Oh,
but,
okay, all right. Drum roll and then bam.
One
I was
second,
like,
sorry.
you're good. Professional content creator, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
This guy's been doing it for years. He definitely knows what's going on. Well, while Kerr, he was here like 2 seconds ago. That's fine. While Kerr gets his stuff together, let's talk about what's going on my screen right in front of me. We have a fishing protest going on Kama Sylvia 5 in North America, where a bunch of protesters have brought a bunch of differently colored wagons, like red, yellow, green, turquoise, blue, pink. You see, they just keep going. There's a lot of protesters here, and there's Jay running around. Big shout out to Jaykun's community, who recognized it and told us about it. They're here, and the reason we know they're protesting is if I turn up the volume,
They're
they are
screaming.
literally just screaming. They are literally just screaming on repeat, to be as obnoxious as possible to the people who are not at their computers. But you know what? I respect the hustle. Now, I think I know. I'm going to turn that back down now, but like, you should understand that that is what is going on in the background. Kerr, have you fixed your microphone?
I have. Can you hear me?
Okay, all right. So let's
Yes.
get the intro from Kerr, and then we'll talk about what's going on right here.
Hello, my name is Kerr. My type is 5'4", Latina, preferably toxic, and likely wants to ruin my life. It's nice to meet y'all.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bro,
I see.
same.
Oh, my bad.
That's crazy, dude. Same. That's insane. Okay, right on. So, Kerr, how did you get started with BDO? We'll go through this real quick.
So how did I get started with it, or what made
Yeah.
me addicted originally?
All right, what? Okay, yeah. How'd you get started? What made you get addicted to it?
So I basically started playing the game. I think it was 3 months after launch, and they used to have these codes where it would give you access to the game for like a week or two without having to buy the game. And so I would randomly try it, play it for a week or two, and then quit and get another code and for a new account. And the thing that made me originally addicted to it is probably my hate for the Black Rose Guild. Now,
What?
that may come as a surprise for some. I'm sorry, Jaykun, but originally in the early stages of the game, you know, as a young, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed player that only wanted to play Tamer and explore the game, I found myself in Mancha Forest, right? And there were ogres there. And out of nowhere, I'm killed by a ranger. And this ranger is saying weird stuff in chat, like, stay out of my forest, like he's Shrek with the swamp or something. And I change channels. And I go back to trying to kill the ogres, right?
Yep.
Well, then, out of nowhere, 3 Black Rose members node camped me for like 2 hours straight because I'm stubborn and hard-headed. And from that point onward, I was like, I'm going to grind hard, I'm going to get gear, and I'm going to fuck with Black Rose as much as I can. And that kind of got me addicted to the game. I guess the rest is history.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you.
Inspiring.
I think your story, yeah, inspiring. Yeah, I think your story is actually not super different from a lot of people. So there's a lot of hate out there for Black Rose, but there's a lot of hate out there for a lot of different guilds. A lot of the guild controversy kept people interested in the game. A lot of the PvP back then really kept people engaged with the game and playing for a long time. So no surprise there. So why'd you end up quitting? You've been not with the game for about 3 years now. So is the fact that BR died, you killed them, you were done?
Oh, I think they're coming back, right? But
well, at the time they were.
I think the main thing is that I think I kind of lost a spark at some point. Also, just like, you know, focusing on different things IRL. But I think the main thing was, I guess I kind of like lost the initial thing that got me like really pulled into BDO. So instead of kind of like dwelling in like what I thought the game could be, I was like, okay, I'm gonna just not play the game cold turkey for 2 years, and then I'll come back and reevaluate and see how things are. And so that's kind of where we are right now.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so you say you lost what made the game kind of what it was. Was that like the spark, like the guild drama and like the PvP? Did you feel like, because this was 3 years ago, so this was before we even got a lot of the PvP changes that people are currently upset about. So can you put your finger at like was it just like you just kind of lost interest with like the guilds, or just enough guilds died that you're like, okay, well the fire's just not there anymore. I'm gonna do something else now.
I think one of the main things that frustrated me, I guess, and from a content creator perspective, a lot of the times was the feeling of disconnect between the GM and CM team and what mainland Korea wants to do. I felt like a lot of times we would be promised these grand things at the ball, but then radio silence for months at a time. And so it kind of got tired of being in that toxic cycle of like, hey, we're going to XYZ change this, and the crowd goes wild. And then 5 months later, it was like radio silence. And obviously, that's not something that I'll hold against the NA, EU, GM, CM teams, because their job is just to put out fires and keep the wagon on the road, right? So, yeah, I guess that was the main thing if I had to like,
well, yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense. It's funny because we're actually at the end of your cycle right now. We're in the radio silence phase. We have got about 30 days before we hit the, oh my God, copium phase again. Pretty insane. Yeah. So
battle ball.
Can we talk for a second? All right, so let's talk for a second about your returning players. So what brought you back to the game? Because I know it wasn't PvP. So what brought you back?
I think the main thing is just people like fucking Jaykun, where it's like if I'm just trying to like be in his chat and chat with him, and she's like, Kerr, I don't know if you've played the game lately, but XYZ, Kerr, are you playing the game yet again? I saw you War of the Roses. Are you playing again?
I did see you there.
Okay. Yes, I'm trying to play a little more, Jay, you know? So it's just like, I kind of miss, the people and the other content creators and things like that, like the Twitch side of things.
Yeah, I think we all do. Absolutely. Okay, so you're playing a little bit more active. How actively are you currently playing after coming back to the game? Because, like, I'll be honest with you, returning player experience, normally that's when you're playing, like, the most actively. You come back, you fall back in love with the game, and you kind of get back on that ground. It sounds like you've been playing for at least a few weeks now. How many active hours a day would you say you're doing? Are you AFK fishing? How often would you say you AFK, or do you just turn the computer off?
So I don't do any AFK things, which I know is crazy because fishing is obviously that's a controversial topic, but fishing's crazy. But honestly, I would say, like, for example, last Saturday, I think me and some other homies, we did AOS for like 10 hours straight. Or like, I don't know, on Friday 2 weeks ago, I think I grinded for like 8 hours, which is the longest I've grinded in a long time, right? So it's like,
Oh damn.
decently enough, like not insane addict the way I used to be, but definitely, I mean, at least
You
15,
said
20 hours a week, which
the way
is
you used to be. Was there a time period? Well, like what time period was that where you used to be like in BDO? Like what time period in terms of like what year were you like super active in the game?
So honestly, I was pretty much played the game virtually every day for the first 5 years ish, I would say.
Oh,
Yeah, for the first 5 years ish, I played it pretty much every single day. Maybe even first 6 years. I think the last time that I can remember that I was just like super enveloped into BDO was around back when they added Elvia orcs and things like that, right? Which I feel like that was one of the parts for a lot of people. Yeah. And so like I still played it after that, you know, for like I think I played another year after that before I went on that 2 to 3 year break. But I think that was kind of like the culmination where once they started changing it so that all channels were Elvia and these other things like that, and the game started feeling a little more empty with Marnie Realm and things like that, I kind of started to fizzle a bit, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. And what? So you're saying what's keeping you playing the game right now is like the practice AOS tool you playing with your friends again. So it is still the PvP, and we're on like that. I gotta say AOS is good. That's one of the game modes that I think that they've gotten right. I think that people really enjoy AOS. Have you done any guild lead?
I have not, because I'm still in lifestyle retirement home. So
Ooh, I remember
you know,
lifestyle.
if anybody's got a guild out there for me, let me know. But honestly, I think one of the interesting things is just kind of seeing the way that they've changed and the pivots that they've done with gearing and the way it is now compared to the way it was then. Like I still am on the fence about carrot ass accessories.
Wait, whoa, hold on. This
how do
is
you guys
really
feel about
good.
them? Like, do you think they were a good change made for the game, or do you think that it wasn't such a good change?
I don't know. This is good. Kurt, you should give your honest. Do not Blonde, Jay, myself. We're not going to say anything. I want to hear your honest. We will, of course, will share our opinions. But you're a returning player. You've been untouched by the stain of either Pearl Abyss or the community's thoughts on all of the gear changes, the different aspects of the game. We'll talk about Karazad first, since you brought it up. You said you're on the fence with Karazad. What do you think is good about it? What do you think is bad about it? Where do you stand as like a returning player?
I think the thing that I think is good about it is I think that it gives like incremental progression, right? So like instead of having to go from Tet Debo to Pin Debo, which is a massive step, you can like make incremental steps along the way, right? And you go back to those 10-15% success rates, which kind of give you dopamine.
Okay.
But at the same time, I feel it can, or some of it can seem a little hollow because you can't sell the carrot ass accessories and you can't see the silver value of them go up. Like back in the day, if you, or whenever you would hit a Tet Debo, it's like, okay, this is a 60 bill item. Oh, I hit a Pin Debo, that's a 300 billion silver item, right? So I can like look at my wheel and see like, okay, like the value, and I can put a silver value on my time or at least just see where I've come from in terms of like a market standpoint. So now it's kind of more an intrinsic or lettering kind of value because you can't sell them. So it's more of a commitment, I imagine, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, so that's a fair assessment on Kirazad. I think that when Kirazad came out, I said that they were overall kind of net neutral for the game. In my opinion, I felt that they basically destroyed any build diversity at all that we saw, like in accuracy accessories or anything else, like a DP set, whatever. But you got like the kind of crystal diversity, so they kind of added more-ish build diversity with the Kirazad crystals than we had before. But your gear wheel now for every single player in the game on every class and spec in the game is now exactly the same, and everything requires a mountain of cron stones. I mean, the developer said, oh, it's going to take you less crons. No, that's really kind of like a total lie. Now you're definitely going to be using a lot more crons than the previous experience of enhancing accessories and things where you could just buy your accessories off the market before. Now a lot of players are stuck basically enhancing Kirazad for long periods of time. You could make the case that they could buy a pen debo and then transfer it to a new Kirazad, but I mean, most players are not going to do that. That's not their experience with the game. Overall, I would say it was kind of a net neutral on the player base as a whole. Now, maybe looking back on it, maybe it was a little bit negative, but that was kind of my experience. Blonde, you've basically been the Statue of Liberty so far on the podcast. Blink twice if we're holding you hostage. But Blonde, your experience, I remember what you said about Kirazad. Can you educate everybody what you thought about Kirazad back then? Now we fast forwarded almost a year now. What do you think about Kirazad now?
Oh man, I think it's a good system. I just think it's implemented poorly. I think that's the big problem, is that all you're feeling now more than ever before is the cron front loading. But I think that like having more steps to gear progression and having more often clicks feels way better. Like that's hands down a better experience when you're getting to tap your gear more often and feel like you're making more progress. I just think that everything around the system is what's hurting it more than anything. I mean, I think that's a big systematic problem with BDO, where like, hey, you're clicking your gear more often, but we haven't updated AP brackets and we don't have anything for you to do between pen and deck level gear. Like there's no new spot you're going to. And I think that like having a game where you have all these stages of progression, and now when it was before it was tet to pen felt like a massive jump, whether it was debos or whether it was black stars or whatever, felt fine. Now we've separated that into 5 or 10 steps. That's awesome, because now I feel like I'm hitting it more often, but now I feel it's more useless because now I have nothing to do with all this stuff, and I think that's causing a lot of issues with the feeling of that progression more than anything.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, that's something I forgot to touch on is, I don't know, man, I didn't really consider this in my original assessment, but I think part of the reason I feel a little bit worse about it now is that every time I hit something, it's only +1. Like you work like really hard, you pity it out, like it's billions and billions, like 80 billion +1. Ding! Congratulations,
yeah.
+1.
There's a lot of subliminal psychological stuff that you get affected by. Like again, if that was a bracket, like if we had a lot more brackets and they measured out the AP you were getting per upgrade, but after like 340, 350 AP, if like 350 for 351, 352, 53, 353 like had these sort of bigger jumps, so when you dumped 100, 200 billion into a single accessory tap, it felt better because the systems were surrounding you to feel it better than literally just a single AP. Now it's like, yeah, you're getting a single AP, but you're clicking more often, which is good, but it sucks because like you're not doing anything with that single AP. Like I just hit a deck ring at 21 attempts in almost pitting, like 2/3 pitting, and like it's like cool, but like there's nothing I'm getting access to, which it feels like there's no point. If there's no sense of like purpose for the grinding in the game, I feel like you kind of lost a portion of your player base when they don't feel like a reason to play. But again, I mean, we've talked about this for a long time, where like PA is definitely catered towards the newer returning players more than anyone, and anyone new or returning has a million things to do, versus the players that play quite a lot or play a little bit more than your average person are, in my opinion, suffering unless they do every single facet of everything in the game.
Right. Okay, right on. And Jay,
Hi.
I think that you were overall pretty positive about Kirazad. How do you feel about it now?
I mean, it definitely gives me something more to do, which, at the stage that me and, Blonde is in, and Kerr, what's your current progression right now? Are you like up there right now?
Good question, Kerr. What is your gear score now?
So I actually haven't swapped to carrot ass accessories, but
You pronounced it perfectly. I just want to say that was nailed it. Anyway,
I have 2 out of 4 Tet Fallen God armors because one of them wasn't out when I last played, and then I have 3 pin Debos, and then the rest of the slots are, like 1 Tet and then 2 pin Distos. So kind of the top end of what gear was basically 2 years ago.
But what? Okay, so how long have you been back playing the game for, and what's your gear score now? Like, what's the AP plus the DP? Where are you at? Right now?
AP plus the DP.
Or just give me the AP numbers. That's fine too.
Where are you taking so long to?
780.
So you're 780.
Oh damn. Okay, that's pretty good.
I was very addicted at one point.
With no Karazad, you're 780?
Well, Karazad doesn't give. Well, I guess it does give quite a bit of gear score if you get it to.
Well,
yeah, it does, bro. What are we talking about?
So
okay, hold on.
I do have sovereign weapons though. I have made the swap to sovereign.
Okay.
Weapons.
Okay,
so
that's
sovereign
right.
weapons being enhanced, that added a bunch of AP as well.
Okay,
that's going to be the main chunk of your AP because the sovereign or the Karazads are literally just pen debos, like Tet to pen. So,
right.
Yeah.
But you get your AP back from the or the DP back from the distos too.
Right.
So, okay, assuming that your math is correct. 780 is actually still. I'll be honest with you. That's still like S plus gear score. You're talking like super end game. 780 gear score is. Some people say, "Oh, you're still gear." No, that's just a lie. That's flat out a lie. 780 gear score is definitely like end game. You're basically full Nuve Karazad across the board, and then you're probably sitting with Wailing Fallen God armor too.
I'm logging in to give you an accurate number, but it's around there. If you want.
Okay, you could snip it and put it in the chat too. I can just pull it up. Okay, so assuming that's right, so how long have you been back playing the game? How many weeks now, or months?
I would say a month now, 3 weeks to a month now. Yeah.
Okay, so you've been back for a month, and how much gear score have you gotten since you got back?
Not a whole lot because I honestly don't care a whole lot to look into the carrot ass system currently. So I just kind of like stack silver, especially with like Heidel Ball coming up. That was like always a ritual, right? It's like if the ball is within a month and a half, don't spend any silver. Wait, because it could make big changes. And
they're probably just gonna give us a free deck Karazad, right? Surely.
Yeah. So
God,
that was kind of the main thing. So I just have a bunch of silver that I haven't used for anything until after the ball.
How crazy is it? There's a fear of like getting more gear. How is that the fear now versus before? That's what we all wanted, or well, not we all, but some people always were like, "Yes, please, more gear." And now it's like the fear is like getting a free piece.
Okay, Blonde, that actually that reminds me of this one clip. I can't remember whose clip it was, but it was Heidel Ball 2024 Festa, and they announced the free pen Black Star, and the initial response was like not like super big, and then like Endlave had to like try and hype people up for the free pen Black Star. It was just it felt like a little
Dude, I was there live. I was literally in the audience live. Were. Keep in mind, he had just told the audience. I was in the front row. He had just told the audience, we're getting a free pen Black Star, and it went dead silent. Keep in mind, the crowd had been cheering for like everything, right? Like we were all super excited. We're all super hyped up. We're sitting in Heidel Castle, IRL. We're gassed up, bro. Everybody in the audience is fully bricked, fully erect. Okay, and so we're clapping for everything, bro. And he's like, "Free pen Black Star," and it was nothing. There was like no response, and then people like reluctantly, like some of the people like started clapping, and then like the guy to my left like looked over at me and was like, "Is that good?" Like, wait, what? Like, dude, like the response from the audience was bang on what Jay just said. That's actually crazy that you said that, Jay. That was
it was just that's what that reminded me of when Blonde said that we're fearing getting more gear, which is interesting because naturally that we should be being happy that we're getting more gear, but it seems like it's the opposite, and then I'm like wondering why is that the case.
I think that I think that people fear getting more gear because a lot of people did a lot of the work for their gear 1 or 2 years ago, and they were like really far ahead, or they had a lot of gear score. And then every time they give away gear, they get fearful. They get fearful that everyone else is catching up to them while they're not playing the game. I think it's probably like that. I think subconsciously that's basically what's going on. But moving away from Karazhan a little bit, Kerr, can you speak on some of the game systems since you've come back to the game that you maybe have been like maybe that you liked or that you saw and you were like, I don't know how I feel about that. Like that, there's a lot that's kind of changed in the last 3 years. So like, what's some of like the best stuff that's happened, and then like what are some of the worst changes that you found? Because I mean, you're a PvPer, so we could be here all night for the worst changes. But like, what's some of the good stuff, and then maybe some of the bad stuff that you've kind of found since you've come back?
So I think some of the best stuff is kind of the age-old things where I feel that the new player experience, as always, has improved more and more and more, right? So the routes of progression for a new player has just continued to get better and much more easier and streamlined. I think the fact that you get basically 2 free pin black stars that was pretty surprising. I thought people were kind of trolling whenever that was stated. What I do like, or at least from like my initial observation, is that in PvE, there's much less garbage classes than I've ever seen in the game. So I feel like there's some classes that are at the top, or at least seem to be at the top. But then I feel like the classes that are in the middle, there's much more classes in that mid-range hodgepodge than ever, which I feel is pretty good because, I mean, typically you shouldn't feel bad for what class you grind on, right?
True.
In terms of things that I feel are bad, I don't. As someone who was very crazy, very deep into life skilling, I don't feel that fishing should be as rewarding as it is. AFK fishing, I feel that there was probably other ways that they could have gone about it. So I say that's probably one of the most like blatant things where it's like, okay, it keeps the numbers up, it keeps things looking good, but people aren't really playing the game as much as it may seem on the surface. Another thing that I do like, I like the party content. So I like that you can hop on, do, the quick bosses with the boys, and, the dungeons, and make probably, 15 bill a week just from doing your weekly bosses, plus a little bit of AFK on the side, probably even more, honestly, but that's just like a really simple estimate. I kind of like those things. I like that you make okay silver from AOS and RBF now. I think, like, obviously it's behind when people can grind up to 3 bill an hour, but the fact that you can spam AOS and RBF and make, close to a bill is pretty cool. Like, that's
close
something
to a bill
that
is being
wanted.
Well, close to a bill, I think he's being generous, right? RBF, you're going to be using consumables and stuff, and then it's at maximum, I think, 700 mil. But yeah, it's definitely a lot more than it used to be. I don't think AOS is a bill. I don't think AOS is even what RBF is.
It's pretty good, actually. AOS is currently like 144 mil for a win. It's pretty good.
Okay, and you can. Oh, okay, well, I mean, yeah,
and
it is
a lot of matches will end within 5 minutes. Okay. But that's only currently because whale tendon potions are max price. So
prices, yeah. Interesting that you say all that. Quick question, Kerr. Do you feel that PvP is good because there is good rewards? Do you feel that players will play the game modes more because there is more rewards? Because I feel very strongly that is not the case. But I'm curious what your thoughts are. You're a veteran PvPer. You have more of a top 1% perspective. So like most of your time has been spent as like a super geared player. But like in your experience, do you feel, because back in the day, like let's just be honest with ourselves, we lost money, Kerr, when we were doing like any PvP back in the day. But we still did way more PvP back then, which is why nowadays, I mean, God, we're rewarded better than ever. But there's less people than ever doing PvP. So do you think that like, yeah, the rewards are good, but do you think that like if they rewarded it even more, do you think that like players would actually get involved in it, or do you think that there's really not a correlation there?
I mean, I'm a believer in the idea that if something is, then it will be. So in the sense that I feel that if the activity or if the thing is fun and people enjoy it, they'll do it regardless of whether the rewards are good. I think there are a degree of people that would play it if, you know, or do something they wouldn't normally do if the rewards were there. But I definitely think that in terms of like passion and wanting the most people to do something, I think that if you make it enjoyable, then the rest just falls into place, which is probably
Preach, brother.
one of the reasons why, you know, it's not as PvP isn't as active nowadays, because they kind of remove some of the things that people used to love, right?
Yep. Completely agree. Okay, yeah, I was just wondering. All right, so you had mentioned, we'll address one of these points one at a time now, since that was your last point there. We'll cycle back to your first point. You felt that AFK fishing was not a good fit. AFK fishing, being as rewarding as it is hurting the game. And currently, we talked right at the start of the podcast, and now we're going to dive into it a little bit more, about like the current state of AFK fishing in BDO. So you already gave your thoughts on it, and you feel like it's not good. I'll be honest with you, Kerr. Completely agree. Couldn't agree more. But I'm actually wondering how Blonde is now, because again, Blonde, Statue of Liberty up there. Blonde, do you feel that AFK fishing now do you think it's still hurting the game? Do you think it's helping the game? Do you think it's net neutral? Do you think it doesn't matter at all? Because I mean, I made that video a while back, and then a bunch of content creators made rebuttal videos saying that I was full of it. But I'll be honest with you, it looked like it kind of resonated with people.
I think it's really hard when you're handing out like free paychecks to people to get people to be like, yeah, this is a bad thing. Free money for me, that's a bad thing. I feel like it's really hard to get people to understand the longer term ramifications, because they're not seeing the end result. They're seeing right now there's money in my pocket, and this is a good thing because I like money and I want money. So I think it's a weird predicament where like I feel it's bad, and I think it's bad because it sets a certain type of precedent of the game. But I feel like people that need or want the money right now because they haven't reached whatever artificial goal they're trying to get to aren't gonna feel like it's a bad thing. I still just think that like copious amounts of money being inserted into the game, as if it wasn't a problem back when Orcs was like rampant with like the big inflation of money in the game. Like, it's how are we not seeing this like basically a repeat of that scenario where we had massive inflation from raw silver dumps from the Elvia grind spots that came in, and the things that followed that. It's just I don't know. I just feel like, I mean, I guess in a way it buffers the mentality of like, oh, we're just grinding for silver that gets turned into crons, that gets turned into gear. But it's like not every person wants to have a hot box in their, you know, house running 24/7 every day just for, you know, currency in a game. It's like you're basically running a Bitcoin farm or something. It's weird. So I don't know. I think it's I just don't think it's like a healthy thing to want to promote like, oh, hey, like I want to leave my computer on 24/7. You know, like there are ways to like have your computer go in sleep mode and stuff like that for it to be power saving, whatnot. But it's still just one of those things where it's like, this isn't like a normal thing, and it shouldn't be considered normal, I guess, in my opinion. So I'm just not a big fan personally, but.
Okay. All right. And Jay, and
Hi.
that's from Blonde. Well, let's really quick. Blonde, you're not really playing BDO very much at the moment, but you have a tremendous amount of experience in the game. So like, again, so I'm trying to give the perspective here. So we've got the returning player who used to play a ton and then comes back and sees all these people fishing. He's not like really a super big fan of it. Blonde, who has been a very consistent player for a really long time, save until around the time that they made the fishing change, but I wouldn't say it was a direct result of the fishing change, is now playing old school RuneScape probably mainly at the moment, but still loves BDO and hopes that the game gets better. Now, Jay, you're someone that is a veteran player, has been playing basically forever, but you are still currently actively playing the game in the top 1% of players' gear score. How do you feel about fishing right now?
Fishing. Well, I definitely can't deny that it's helped me a lot. It's definitely given me a lot of silver, made me a lot of silver to make my gains. And I think that's like the main thing that people focus on right now, rather than the future stuff, because, you know, you guys are always talking about like the health of the game, the future stuff. And, you know, I don't know what's in store for the future of BDO. I'm really bad at predicting things like that. And maybe that's where like the majority of BDO players are, is that they don't know how to like think about like what's to come for a future, how to develop a game and all that stuff, being a developer or like designing game designs and systems like that. And that's where I'm at. And that's why I'm just looking at face value is that, hey, like this system, it's here to help me, and I'm taking advantage of it, and it's definitely helped me make my gains. And so that's kind of where I am at, is that fishing is helping me. So I'm just doing the fishing. So
very short term. Yeah, hold on. It was literally it fits.
Jay, with all this great gear you're clicking and all this gear you're achieving, that's so awesome, and I am so happy for you that you are achieving all your goals, and now it's a little bit faster. That feels great. What do you do? What do you have access to now that you've clicked all this gear? What new things do you get to do with all that money you just dumped into your gear?
I mean, I started focusing a lot on PvP stuff because my guild started getting more into PvP things. So I've actually been really, really motivated to progress on that, getting my new Dawn crystals. I just got my 2 Jin accuracy Dawn crystals, which were freaking 45 billion each. So again, the fishing has helped me with acquiring those 2. Same thing with my Decius lanterns. Same thing with all like the other light stones. I've also invested in some saddle accessories. So all of that money has been dumping into like getting the gear that I need to do the content that I want to do. And so, again, the fishing has helped me with that. And I feel like for you, Blonde, you don't have anything. You're not focusing anything on BDO. And so maybe that's where the problem is of why you're thinking that way, is because you don't have a goal right now, and that money doesn't go anywhere. For me, that money did go somewhere, and it went to somewhere that I do the content that I'm enjoying, which is the PvP that my guild is doing. So that's where I'm at.
Do you think it's better to just like to like instantly achieve a goal? Like, do you? I did not instantly. Is you getting like a 5, 10, 20% speed boost on income based on AFK fishing? Like, does that not in any way, shape, or form, is it only
okay, if you logically think about
every facet?
Okay, so I'm thinking it, I don't know if logical is the right word to say it, but why would I choose the slower way when I can choose the faster way,
True. Why would I feed the baby broccoli when it wants ice cream? Because ice cream has sugar in it, and sugar tastes good.
I feel like
I like things that taste good, right?
That's a
I
baby.
like ice cream. It's very good. It's very good. It's tasty.
Oh, I get it now. Because it's bad for the baby to feed it ice cream all the time. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the analogy is that
I got it. I'm a slower thinker.
Good, Jay, it is not good for the baby long term, right? You can't infinitely feed a baby ice cream.
I get it now. Okay.
So my analogy is that I think that long term it does feel great. I'm sure it feels awesome, and you are achieving your goals. But I think the precedent it's setting is an unhealthy factor for the game. I think that And this is just me playing 8 straight years of BDO. I like the concept of like everything a player goes in and grinds for is like they grinded it on their own, or God forbid they were someone that bought a bunch of costumes and sold them, but that's a fraction of the community. The premise and mindset I think that a lot of players take into the game is they're the ones actively going and grinding and getting the gear and materials. Back when EXP was like that, what ruined EXP grinding for a lot of people in the community was the AFK dummies, and the fact that like players were able to AFK the material that an active grinder wanted to achieve, but now everybody could just hit level 62, 63, 64, just not even actively playing the game. And I think that, and it could just be philosophical differences on the game design and the future of it. But I think that's where I'm at for sure.
Okay, I definitely get it from your perspective, but I just like to keep things very simple, right? Is that I like the ice cream. I'm just going to eat the ice cream now. Even though like over time it's bad for me, but hey, that's just my decision to make, is that I want the ice cream now, and I'm eating the ice cream, and I'm loving it.
That's true. So. It is your decision to be ignorant of the future, and that's fine, and that's fair.
And if people want to choose to do that, then if wants to choose the ice cream or the broccoli, I feel like that's their decision to make.
I agree. So, it is up to each individual to make that choice to do what they want. That's
unrelated question, Jay. Do you live in America, in the United States of America?
I live in Canada. Oh, Canada.
Thank God.
Honestly, though, for me, it's different. Like, it's not even so much about the silver being bad from the game. I just feel like there was a large missed opportunity there. So, for example, I used to be really crazy about life skilling at one point. And some of the most fun group content that I had in a lot of MMOs, but specifically in BDO at one point, was when they originally buffed hotspot fishing a couple of years ago. So basically what I would do is me and like 10 friends would get on a boat and we would sail around and fish at hotspots because the number of people fishing at them didn't affect it. And at the time we could make 60 mil an hour when people were grinding, making, 40, 50, which is pretty good if you had the storage of triple float rods. So in my mind, it's you kind of lost an opportunity to incentivize people doing things more actively and with other people more so than, just AFKing at the computer and making much more. That's kind of my perspective. Is like there was other opportunities that it could have gone with.
Yeah. So at this point, I agree, but I think at this point, they're in a position where they can't nerf AFK fishing because people would get upset because the baby's going to start crying when you take away its ice cream. But
True.
like they basically have to find a way to make the ice cream healthy, which is hard to
Frozen
do.
yogurt, maybe?
Just inflate the whole game economy, make everything
that's
worth however much percentage more the game just got inflated by pricing the tide. Like
that's basically it. Yeah, I agree.
Did we not? I don't know. Does anyone not remember when like Elvia started printing raw silver and massive amounts of raw silver into the game because we were no longer grinding jackpot grind spots of like getting an accessory and that was the value. Those things then went down because people were making and generating so much silver that the markets ended up going down because people were able to just like. Well, there's a lot of other factors. It wasn't just one thing, but having a massive
grinding.
Right, for sure. But even though it was active grinding, that still had a massive effect on the economy, and everything just shoots up when everybody has tons of money. Everything becomes like everybody's buying and selling at massive rates. Like as we generate more income, the things that we buy are going to be costing more and more and more in the game. And it's like I feel like we're just about to hit a 2.0 of that. Except actually you can't because no gear is bought or sold on the market anymore. Everything is clicked with crons, so everybody's going to feel this massive inflation, and like it's just going to go straight to crons, which people already feel negative about, and then they're just going to feel even worse about because now they're spending on crons, and then they finally achieve their gear, but I guess if you're a PvPer it's different, but for PvEers or a majority of the gameplay, you're not doing anything with the new stuff, like because there's nothing to access between like pen and 10. You know what I mean? Like
10 and 10. There's
no progression there.
Okay. Yeah, right on. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to talk about AFK fishing too much, but like clearly there is a large portion of the community that feels that AFK fishing is doing real damage to our game and real damage to the community. I spoke out in this in a video where I elaborated my thoughts, I don't know, like 2 or 3 weeks ago at this point. And again, there's also a coalition of people on the other side of the fence that are, they like their ice cream. And like I understand that perspective. This is honestly, I have to give Jaykun credit. This is the first time, Jay, I have ever heard you stand up and say, no, I think your opinion is wrong. Here's the reason.
Have I?
In like months. That's the first time that I heard you come down definitively on one side of the fence, plant your feet and say, Blonde, I think you're wrong, which I appreciated. Blonde,
honestly, I think RuneScape is trash. Sorry.
And now it's my so base.
I'm glad you're brave enough to state your opinion. I just would like to see in 5 years where my game is and where your game is.
Stop. Okay, all right. So all right.
Remind me 5 years. Where's RuneScape and where's BDO?
Okay, all right. So Kerr. Other aspects of the game that have changed aside from like the AFK-ness. What are your thoughts on what was the second? There was a middle point you had. We had touched on the final point with PvP and like rewards in PvP, and then we touched on AFK fishing. Have you tried Node Wars and like open world PvP at all? Like since you're doing so much AOS.
So correction about earlier, 750, not 780. So 750, no carrots at.
Wow, that is a big difference.
So you lied to us.
Difference. That's like a year of progression or something, That's a lot.
You know what helped with that? AFK fishing.
And we're not normal here.
But so I've done a bunch of open world on Arsha, at least until. Okay, so the main difference is there's DP apparently did a DR change right over the past year or two, where certain super armors give you damage reduction taken, and then people are much more tankier nowadays due to reformula of the way evasion works and the way DR works. So I'm still not exactly caught up on how that is, but there's some people where it's like, you know, you blow them up, and then there's some people where you really tickle them, and so it's kind of fun when the fights are even. But obviously, you know, I enjoy it overall. Like I liked War of the Roses when I'm on Kama.
Yeah, you could say it. Berserker is completely overpowered, and so is Striker. We understand.
Awakened Sage, bro. Awakened Sage and Awakened Hash, bro. Okay. Put those classes in the bin.
Agree. Yep. Agree. Completely agree. I think Awakening Dosa is actually probably one of the most egregious classes in PvP at the moment. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, so your thoughts on the game coming back. Cure, last question with regards to the returning player sentiment. Do you think you will be playing the game still in 2 months? Just be honest with yourself. Your face said everything I needed to know. Okay, all right. That's all.
The problem is, man, and I'm gonna be honest, I fucking love BDO, and like I'm always gonna be that like rebounding fucking X that's whatever. But the thing is that I don't think the main issue that I had has changed. The issue of them giving empty promises from the Korea dev side and then just going radio silence with it. So I kind of like watched back little parts of the ball that happened back in December about PvP changes, about changes to resistances, about potentially swapping some super armors to forward guard, et cetera, and none of them have happened. So I kind of just seems a little bit of the same. I mean, not to be a Debbie Downer, but if we're being quite frank, it's things like that, which is like the main reason why I stopped playing as much, if that makes sense.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's absolutely fair. I mean, the devil's in the details. Like I kind of expected that. Well, now on to our next topic. We'll shift off the game a little bit towards not because I remembered what your final point was. Part of the reason that you returned to the game was the fact that you remembered how much fun making content was and how much fun you had with the community and stuff. Is your plan to start making video content in the future? I mean, or is that's part of why you brought it back? What made you get into streaming? We'll start with that. What made you get into streaming in the first place?
I think the first thing, or the main thing that made me get into streaming at first, it's been so many years ago. So like out of high school, I don't know what I wanted to do, so I joined the Marines. Right, it's a young, dumb, 18-year-old kid.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. And so I, wanted to have some things to do that didn't require me to have to fucking find a way to leave base or, have to spend money, especially once I got out of the military, because I'm from bumfuck middle of nowhere. Like my graduating high school class had 28 people in it. Like that's how small of a hometown that I'm from. So I don't know, streaming, or at least initially I got into watching Twitch with some of the old greats like Moreland TV, Koyo, Dark Crusade. At this point, Potion Shop, for better or for worse, whether you love him or hate him, he was content. I will say that. Lakari, et cetera. So I just kind of like that vibe of just, hanging out with the boys on the couch and just kind of talking to chat, and so I gave it a try, and I guess the rest was history in a way. So I think that was the main thing. It was just like the people that you get to meet. Being from like a crazy small town, right? It was nice to like have the reach to like, oh shit, like I'm talking to, a couple hundred people right now, or, oh, this random video that I did not thinking about it helped 100,000 people figure out whatever, they found value in it. So it's just little things like that kind of in a way, it was kind of like dopamine hits. You know, I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like those little wins are like dopamine hits.
Yep. No, I get it. I completely get it. Okay, so now moving forward, now that you've come back to the game, you've been playing for a few weeks. Are you planning on continuing making content, or are you kind of retired from content creation now? Have you kind of moved on from that aspect of your life?
I think the main thing I really like is like the interaction. So like, for example, I love podcasts, right? So like I used to do podcasting with Moreland and Tim Allen and some others back in the day. I've, been on a bunch of podcasts. So I like that aspect. That's probably my most favorite part, is like interacting with other creators and being on podcasts. And I think one of the most interesting things that Twitch has changed is the whole squad streaming now. I think that that's a really cool dynamic for like what a lot of things that Twitch does wrong. I think that was a pretty cool addition. So that makes me, feel more inclined to do it again, because you can kind of just, I guess like merge chats with someone and y'all just like hang out in Discord and do your own thing, but together.
Are you talking about the stream together function?
Yeah, not the squad stream, but the stream together concept. Yeah.
I hate that.
You hate it? Why do you hate it?
I hate it because it adds your viewers together, and people have started to realize. I mean, shit, I'll pull up the video category. I bet they're doing it right now. So people have started to realize that you can abuse this to your advantage. Yep, there they are. Oh, I scrolled past them.
Wait, who's they?
So we have AFK drop streamers in the category that are, and I'm not live right now, so I can show this, but there are AFK drop streamers in the category that are just running reruns and just basically AFK 24/7 just drops all the time.
And they're streaming together
in a drops category. Yep, and they're streaming together in order to boost their viewership. And so they are now front row, where someone like Jaykun should be above them in the category. They are sitting above Jay and every other hardworking streamer that actually is like relevant and trying to make content for the game. Those fucking losers are basically getting recognition where other streamers should. And so the stream together function is way too easily abused. I think on paper it's not a bad idea, but I think that adding each other's viewers together is... it's basically just like, okay, hey, do you want to view bot with me today? Okay, yeah, sure. Like, that's basically what it is. And I understand that Twitch wants to have other streamers collaborate, but there's probably better ways to do that are not nearly as easily exploitable as this current system. But that's just my take, because again, I think it's just so abusable. But I think your take is valid on.
I think, and also my take is from the outside looking in, as someone who hasn't done it but just sees the concept of it as an interesting thing. I definitely think, like it's the whole abusing of the drops and the AFK streaming and manipulation. I mean, that's a can of worms. So I definitely see what you mean from that point of view.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think most people can agree that AFK drop streamers are wrong, and the community should try to work together to stop them. Although some people in our category would probably beg to differ on that one, but they're probably dating the people involved anyway. I'll take that free one. But I do agree with you. I do agree with you. I do think that overall the BDO community is a great community to get started streaming in, and I think it strongly encourages people to make more BDO content in the future. Kerr, if you decide to make more content, do you think that like for BDO, what kind of content do you think you'll make? Do you think you'll focus on PvP content? Would you guides, YouTube? What are you thinking? What would suit your fancy nowadays?
Good question. I don't know. Maybe I'll 1v1 Jaykun and take his spot on the podcast.
1v1 me right now.
Oh, I have to take my fish for a walk. But that's honestly a good question. I actually don't have a legitimate answer for it. But probably somewhere in the podcast sphere, I'd like to either, make one, join one, something like that. And then, I don't know, maybe like host community events, right? Like I remember the whole, I don't know if you remember the whole Black Spirit League with Good Vibes Guy. And,
I remember.
Dr. Positive. Yeah. I'd like little things like that even if it's like a once a month or on a Saturday morning kind of thing, it kind of like gives people something to look forward to and something to be a part of. I think concepts like that are kind of forgotten, but they're like really sick when you're in it, even though they have issues. I think something like that would be pretty fun.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I'm a big event runner myself. I love running events. Sadly, Pluribus doesn't really support events nearly as much as they used to before, but it's still a lot of fun to run them, and I think it's really good for the community in general. Blonde, same question. If you were to go ahead and start making content again ever for the game, what kind of content do you think you would make?
Chilling and grinding, dude. That's all I ever did. That's all I'll ever do. I'm just chilling and I'm grinding.
If you Blonde,
if I ever get a wild hair at my butt and I'm like, oh, I new treasures out or something like, or a new grind spot, you know, like I don't know, maybe, but I'm just super unmotivated. But I am at the top, so I mean, it is.
Okay, Blonde. Let's say you were motivated to make content, and if it wasn't for BDO, what kind of This goes for like everybody too, for you, like you, Kerr, as well. Like if you weren't making video content, what kind of content would you have gotten into instead?
Consuming. What I do is probably the bottom rung of quote unquote content creation, because I just go live and yap. Like I'm chilling.
Just chatting? Wait, I mean, just chatting is a valid type of streaming. You know, people do just chatting. No.
Blonde, let's be honest for a second. Some of the top streamers in our category literally just that's all they do anyway. They just sit there and they grind in circles all day, and then they do node war at the end of the day. That's it. That's all they do. So like, yeah, I mean, and it doesn't mean that their content is necessarily bad or it's bottom rung. It just, you know, that's just how it is. Like that's some people's idea of content, and people like watching that. So don't devalue that. Anyway, Jay.
True. Me. Hi.
Well, Jay, asked. Well, okay. Yeah. I mean, I can answer your question too. If because you had asked this on a previous podcast as well. What do you think? Like, where would you go if you couldn't make BDO content? I'll be honest with you. I think that's a question that a lot of the BDO content creators are going to have to start answering soon.
True.
For better or for worse.
I mean, I think I mentioned in a previous podcast that I actually initially got started with like League of Legends, honestly, is where I would have gone if I was a little bit more like mentally what's the word for it?
Not toxic.
But like there's like if it was protected better, if that makes sense. Is that if I could protect myself from all the toxicity from League. I honestly think League is a really fun game and I really enjoyed my time there. It just was a game that was not good for my mental health, so I stop. But if that wasn't the case, I honestly would have been a League streamer because I really love that game too.
I probably would have had a mental meltdown. I'm with Jay, bro. I probably would have had a mental meltdown and said some bad word or something. I would have just lost it, bro. Like League literally just changes you as a human being. Like it's just an animal. It's a descent into madness. Anyone that's played League knows. It's stop. Okay, it is a fun game, but only with friends that you know aren't
fun to think about. It's that meme where it's like the kids like thinking about playing League and they're like, oh yeah, and then actually playing League and they're crying and they're just that's literally League of Legends in a nutshell.
To answer your question, Jay, I mean, I've been trying to branch out my content for years, and I think I've done a pretty successful job of it. And like the first category I ever tried was Throne and Liberty. Obviously, I have this tournament coming up, and I've been very successful in Throne. I think that when Chrono Odyssey comes out, I'm basically just gonna jump on that hard because I've heard some behind the scenes insider trading about that game that make me they make my dick hard. I'll be just.
What is that? Is that an MMO or what is that?
It's an action combat MMO. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard a lot of things about its monetization not being pay to win. I've heard that it's going to have an open world flagging system like BDO, which is promising for its PvP systems. It's not. I don't think that the combat's going to be as good as Black Desert Online's combat. But I do think that it will be sufficiently. I think it'll be sufficiently good enough that people will have fun. Like this will be like Dark Souls with magic, basically, which I think that a lot of people will really enjoy, and I think that I'm really going to enjoy it. I want to find a game that I can fall in love with, just like I fell in love with BDO. I love BDO and everything, but I think that if anything, I have to look at it pragmatically as a content creator. I have a business to run at the end of the day. I love BDO, but what the developers have shown me in the last 365 days is they are not capable of running BDO for the next 10 years successfully with, I can't fast forward even 5 years and expect, if I don't stream anything but BDO in the next 5 years, to expect to still have a job in 5 years. Okay. Like that's just where we're at, because the devs have shown us that, again, they're disengaging. I think that they're basically just done. But I'm still holding on to hope that they're going to fix it. And I love BDO with all my heart. And so I keep making content for it, but I would be doing myself a disservice as a content creator to not explore other options. I do think that first it was Throne and Liberty. We've had a great run in Throne and Liberty. And now every time an expansion comes out for that, I look forward to playing it. I'm very excited interacting with that community over there. I'm hoping that I get to do the same thing for Chrono Odyssey as well. I've had a lot of fun playing in Chrono Odyssey. I've been playing a lot of Valhalla lately, but I think that that's more of kind of like a mobile game that I've been, I don't know. It's just kind of what I've been doing in my free time. It's just like a break from all the other stuff. It's just a fun little mobile game that I don't know if I'll make like a crazy amount of content for it or if it's got like longevity in that standpoint, but I've had fun with that. But like, as far as content creation, other MMOs, I've really had a lot of fun with, like Guild Wars 2. I've been branching into Guild Wars 2. I think that if I had never found BDO and I ended up being a content creator, it would 100% have been as a shoutcaster for StarCraft 2. Even nowadays, I love shoutcasting. Oh yeah, I'm a big StarCraft 2 player and fan.
Do people still play that game? And they still every single way doing stuff with StarCraft 2?
I still play that, or I still play it and interact with the content. I don't play it every day, but I interact with the content every day, like no question. I watch videos for it every single day. It's still extremely popular in Korea. People still follow the game a lot.
When did it first came out? StarCraft 2.
2010 or something.
You're a Protoss lover?
2010? It's been that long? Oh my god. Were they planning for like another like StarCraft 3 or something?
My life for ire.
No, they're not. No, they're not, because RTS is a dying genre. But I'm a Terran enjoyer, but I can play all 3 races at a high diamond level. But I'm master as a Terran. But like I've always loved that game. I've always wanted to be like Day 9. Like he was like my, like, bro, he was like the guy I looked up to.
Gosh. Dude, I met him at a tourney in Anaheim like 10 years ago.
I met him too.
He looks so cool.
Yeah.
He sounds like a cool guy.
Tournament is Red Bull Battlegrounds. I went to Red Bull Battlegrounds. I think it was in Austin, Texas, a long time ago with my brother. I have pictures. It's awesome. I have a shirt that he signed, but I've watched it so many times that it's not signed anymore. But that's okay. I've always wanted to like play. If I find him in my category with me, I've always wanted to like rate him. And be like, I love you. But like, regardless, I've always wanted like Husky StarCraft was someone I really enjoyed his content back in the day too. And now again, I watch Loco's content nowadays and Rotterdam and all of the really great content creators in that category.
Classics.
But I'll be honest with you. I'm really glad that I landed on BDO. I think that this was my destiny. I am really good at making content for MMOs. I think that especially like PvP content for MMOs, I've got a talent for doing this and like running tournaments and shot calling and all of that stuff. And I think that's why people enjoy watching my content. It's what I love so much about content. So I'm just hoping that Chrono Odyssey has that. And if it doesn't, no problem. We'll play Guild Wars 2. That'll be a lot of fun. I'm going to play Guild Wars 2 regardless anyway. But like, yeah, I mean, that's where I would land. Kerr, if you hadn't ended up in BDO, where would you be? And if you could make content for anything, what would it be?
Okay, don't judge me, but I think knowing what I know now, honestly, I feel like if I was going to, probably GTA RP, all right? Which is weird to say because I was always like, RP is weird, bro. Like, who role plays in a game? Like, role play, like, just be whatever IRL.
I would be so good at that.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
Isn't GTA 6 coming out in like 10 years or something? Anyone know the meme? No, just
I don't know.
You had to ruin the mood, Jay. You just had to go and
God
say
damn it.
No,
sorry.
Another year. They delayed it another year, but thanks for reminding us, Jay.
Oh, sorry.
Kerr, I completely agree, bro. I actually think that low key, I would be so. That would be.
I feel like you'd be really good at RPing Blue for some
honestly.
reason.
Like, I honestly feel like you get sucked into it, bro.
I would get sucked into it. It would be crazy. I would adopt a personality and I would just run with it. I actually, okay, low key, I'm hoping that Crimson Desert ends up having that same kind of RP aspect to it, because they said it was going to come out as a solo player RPG, and then they were going to make it into what Grand Theft Auto is now. So like, so that you could run around and like,
so you can
RP
steal
with people and do
cars.
stuff.
Oh,
That would be no. You wouldn't steal a car.
Bugatti,
You wouldn't
the Bugatti.
download a car,
No?
Jay. True.
they're gonna put a Bugatti. In
But
there.
yeah, no, I completely agree, Kerr. I would love to do that. That would be super sick. It's certainly a better answer than League of Legends. What a loser. Blonde, if you could make content for anything, what would it be?
RuneScape.
Probably RuneScape at this point.
Oh my god, bro.
Probably just do what I'm doing from BDO and RuneScape, just chilling and grinding, bro. Chilling and grinding and yapping.
Sleeping. Chat said sleeping.
That's true too.
That's true. If Blonde could make money sleeping, you know that he would be like, sure, yeah, I'll sleep on stream. I'll make that work. I don't know who wouldn't want to do that. To be honest with you, overall.
But if I can interject, Blue,
go
to
ahead.
what you said earlier about BDO and the Twitch community, I still to this day I feel like BDO on Twitch is kind of an anomaly where, at least in my anecdotal experience and opinion, I feel like the BDO category is probably the quote easiest category to grow from a 0 to around 100 viewer streamer out of almost any category in general. And I to this day I still don't really know why, because I know a lot of other categories you can very easily just get stuck, right? Even if you're doing, considerably well.
You want me to explain it to you?
Yeah, for sure.
You're absolutely right, by the way. Couldn't agree with you more. I think the BDO category is 100% probably one of the best categories on Twitch to get noticed in and to develop in. That's why I'm at where I'm at. And that's why, again, I know the answer to this question. Number one, the bar for content in our category is respectfully in the dirt. It's really low. We have probably 20 really solid content creators that make content on a regular basis for our category. But aside from that, it's kind of niche, right? The YouTube space is basically, for the most part, uninterrupted. You could start making YouTube content and immediately start picking up views on YouTube, because there's not very much BDO content going on YouTube. And the same thing goes for Twitch. It is not an extremely popular category where the front row is everybody's got thousands of viewers. Nope. Again, you can very easily get into the third or the second row just by having 20, 30 viewers, right? Like, that's really easy to do. And it also helps that the people at the top of our category, or most of the streamers at the top of our category, really try to help embrace the new streamers. So people like myself and Jay and Blonde, we raid people in the category, especially like up and coming streamers. We try to promote them. We try to demonstrate their content on stream. We try to interact with them. We're all interacting in each other's chats and things. And then again, that helps people grow as well. And it helps word of mouth and things. And so even people, again, just a few viewers here and there can kind of get you into the front row in our category, because our category isn't particularly very competitive, despite the fact that we have drops all the time, which is ultimately what I think, again, boosts the viewership in the category. I mean, there are some people that say that drops don't help anybody except for the first few streamers, and those people are lying to you. Again, drops helps everybody. Like 100% it helps everybody. It does help people disproportionately, obviously. It helps the person in the top slot or the second slot more than it helps people in the second row, but it does help everyone in a big way. So like you have drops, you have people at the top who have a good mentality. We only have a few people that are view botting in the category. And then you have people that are helping each other, which helps tremendously. If you contrast this with the World of Warcraft category, there's a lot of people view botting in that category. There's a lot of people not playing by the rules in that category. And it's very cutthroat. No one, unless you're like in the club, or you're trying to get in the club, no one's raiding you unless they like know who you are and you're like a homie and you've talked and all this stuff, right? Like no one is trying to help you but yourself in the World of Warcraft category. And this has always been a problem with that category, is it's just so fucking cutthroat all the time. And I think that that's most categories on Twitch. Most people on Twitch, it's a cutthroat business. And make no mistake, the BDO category is no different when it comes down to it. We still have people that try to cancel each other all the time for their own personal benefit. Shit, I dealt with this not too long long ago myself. I'm sure that the other streamers can all say, and we've all got stories about how people just try to drag us down left, right, and center. But at the end of the day, I think that we do a much better job of helping each other than everyone else does.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I definitely agree with that. I think there's also the like other side of it too. That's one of those things where it's a blessing and a curse, right? In a sense that it is probably the greatest category to go from unknown to, you know, that arbitrary number of 100. But I also think the things that make it great for that are also the things that make it hard and impossible for most people to either break past that glass ceiling or to transition to a different category, right? In the sense of like,
Yep.
I feel that, for
Also
example,
true.
most of the times, if you're a BDO creator and you're doing well in BDO arbitrarily, a lot of times if you swap to a different category, a lot of times you're lucky to get maybe 5-10% of what you'd get in BDO, right? Because there's a higher, as you said before, there's a higher barrier or higher level of game that you have to bring to try and, you know, grow outside of the category. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like a straitjacket in a way. It's interesting. But then, you know, when someone does break through that glass ceiling, it's like, okay, like typically they have something, right? There's something else that's the draw instead of just BDO.
There it is. So that Kerr, that's how I know you're a content creator. You have a very firm understanding of this. Yes, yep, that's 100% right. So to relate this back to Blonde, no offense to Blonde, but Blonde, you said it yourself. When you just sit there and grind in circles every day, you can get popular in the BDO category by doing that, right? But if you try to translate that success into another category, as Kerr said, those viewers don't translate super, super well. Right? Like that's basically how it goes. That's how a lot of BDO content creators struggle with that. So although it's easy to get big in the category, it's very difficult to branch out to other categories, more so than almost any other category, mainly because there is a wild, I'm going to choose my words carefully, but the BDO community is like they're like that crazy girlfriend. There's like this attachment syndrome where like if you main BDO as a content creator, people love you, like they can't get enough of you, they want to endorse you, they'll have your stream open, stuff like that. But if you play another game, you have forsaken them. It is like stabbing them in the back.
They say, "Did you quit BDO?"
Blue, did you quit BDO? Blonde?
They would key your car. They would literally key your car, or if it was a Tesla, they do far worse. Okay, but like I've like straight up, like it is like this unhealthy. Like you can't play other games. Like to this day, I still make BDO content every single day. I put out a BDO content on YouTube. I'm still playing BDO constantly on my stream. Is like typically my primary game, but I still played a lot of Throne of Liberty, right? And that was a big thing for me. I had to fight it, bro. Like people to this day still get really mad at me for playing something other than Black Desert Online, despite the fact that I swap categories very frequently now. So like I've trained my community, like my community is unique in that like they're like, yeah, whatever, he plays BDO, he plays Throne, you know, I maybe they might not like Throne, but they still watch some of the content I do in it because it's really entertaining, right? But like I think that it's not like that for most people. And I went through this phase where I was like changing my content, like to be like to include Throne in the Liberty, not even to like cut out BDO, to literally just include Throne. And like I saw people unsubscribing. People were just like, bro, I got a crazy amount of hate. People would disown me. Like it was insane. And we had to fight through that. So I 100% understand what you're saying when we come across like that. Jay, you went over to Throne and you actually started doing like the highlight channel. And I was like, bro, keep doing this. This is so good for you. And then you never did it again because you're an idiot.
Well, I kind of got too sucked into the game to be making content. Like I really enjoyed the game too much. And that was I think that was the downfall for me, was I got too addicted to it and then I quit.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it is what it is. So it's easy to get your first like set of viewers in the BDO category, especially if you catch a big raid or you have people endorsing you, or even if you're just, again, if you just have like a webcam or a VTube model, God forbid you have a VTube model and your voice is attractive or something, like, holy moly, you're front row on the first day. It's insane, bro.
Hot take: VTubers killed Twitch. I'm sorry, Jay. I love you, my brother, but it's a hot take. I gotta be honest.
Okay, here we go. Hold up. This is okay. Hold on. This is going to be a discussion. Okay, why do you think that VTubers killed Twitch?
We're the ice cream. Why would you want broccoli when you can have ice cream?
It's similar in the same way that BDO itself, right? As in the BDO community, you can make content and do well, right? Without actually doing a lot of content, right? I feel that not all VTubers, okay, but I feel that there is a degree of VTubers, especially the ones that accentuate on specific dimensions of the model, tend to kind of prey.
You can say it, it's fine.
I mean, they accentuate on the tits and the ass and all that of the model, and I feel that they prey on lonely guys offering this girlfriend experience, and I think that that isn't good for the category.
I feel like they do that anyways if they're not a VTuber
now,
or not.
Obviously, obviously, like not all do it, but a disproportionately large number do, and I don't think that it's good for for the website as a whole. But that's just my hot take.
If I go through just chatting right now, I think that okay. So, Kerr, I stand on the other side of the fence of this issue. But I see your viewpoint. I'm going to respectfully disagree. I'm going to offer a counterpoint. If you look at a much larger category like just chatting, do you feel that OnlyFans girls and VTubers own just chatting? Do you feel like that is?
Oh yeah, 100%.
What percentage of just chatting do you think really is this type of content? Because it's not just VTubing men. Because at this point, you're talking about them preying on men. Well, let's go through just chatting right now. If I go through just chatting, the front two rows down to the third row, I don't see anybody. There's a first VTuber is Iron Mouse sitting at 7.5K in the third row. And then if I scroll down further, I haven't seen a single like there's some lewd girls in like the fifth row, like 1.9K. But I'll be honest with you, I think that people blow this particular issue out of the water too much. And Asman has talked about this before, so I'm going to kind of mimic what he said because I feel very similarly on it. I think that it's really not as big of an issue as people might think, and I think that VTubing levels the playing field for women. I think that women have a bad rap on Twitch because men come in. Let's be honest, it's a male-dominated space, and when men are going to judge, a lot of degenerate men are going to judge women based on how good they look. It's just how attractive you are, and if you don't look attractive, they're just going to click off the stream. What VTubing does is it takes the attractiveness out of the equation. So even an ugly person can just put a VTube model on the screen and interact with their chat. What it becomes about then is like, okay, well, all the VTube models are all very attractive. Okay, so no problem there. So then it becomes about how entertaining are you? I think that it gives women a fighting chance, even if they maybe aren't the most attractive human being in the entire world. I think it gives them a fighting chance of being successful in a very male-dominated category or male-dominated space, which I think is fair for women in general. I mean, you look over at male VTubers, you used to, no offense to Jay, but most male VTubers are not nearly as successful if you look over at their female counterparts. You know what I mean? Like, again, Iron Mouse sitting at like 8K. I think the closest male VTuber is probably going to be quite a degree under that in general. I don't think that, again, there's always going to be there's a certain aspect of what you're saying that is true, where society has kind of trained because of COVID and a lot of like social media and things, teenagers and young men have drifted apart from society, and so now they don't really learn in school or with like interactions with women at younger age. They don't know how to interact with each other as well as maybe, I guess, my generation or Blonde's generation, or even Jay. I don't know how old Jay is, but his generation maybe may have. And so they have less social skills. So yeah, I would agree with you. There is an aspect of it where women, VTubers particularly, are preying on men that don't understand how to interact with women, and they want that parasocial relationship. But there's also a degree of responsibility here. Whose fault is it really if someone is being taken advantage of?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's a good point of view. I didn't think about it from the point of view of like in the way that it levels the playing field and makes it so that personality pulls more to the top if all avatars are attractive, right? That's a good point, and I respect
men
that
are
point
not
of view.
men are not treated the same way. Like,
Yeah,
men,
I agree
you could
with
be
that.
ugly as sin. I mean, it helps to be attractive, no question. I mean, look at Biceptimus Prime. But let's be honest. Most men, when you get up in front of you can't stand up there and like realistically tell me that like, oh, Blue, you're popular because you're attractive. Get off, get out of here. Like that's not how that works. Men are typically judged more on like their success, their entertainment value, and other things. And so again, I look at it from a perspective: are they taking advantage of some men? Sure, but I think that the amount that is actually happening in like with regards to the greater scope of Twitch is probably under 1%. Like VTubers and like OnlyFans girls and things like this are probably only like in the 1% of content. That's why you don't see them very well represented. Does it happen? Absolutely. But like I think that it's kind of a necessary thing, because again, it gives women a chance to succeed in a category that is dominated as a male space, in my opinion. But yeah, no, I mean, we could agree to disagree on that. Actually, curious.
I do agree with you on that aspect. And I think it's also probably one of those things where it's like you kind of get these confirmation biases the closer you are to seeing people like divulge or fall into that kind of spiraling thing, right? And it does go back to the whole like how as a society, I mean, this is kind of a philosophical thing, but we've kind of become less able to socialize in person, right? And so that definitely plays a part 100%. Into it.
But yeah,
I mean,
curious what
gave me something to think about.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, that's the whole point of the podcast. Jay, how do you you know what? Jay, we'll get your opinion last because you are a VTuber. Blonde, how do you feel about VTubers? Now that you've heard kind of both sides of the fence, how do you really feel about VTubers? Do you feel like they're killing Twitch? Do you not like them? I know that VTubers, a lot of people just straight up do not like VTubers at all for basically exactly the reason that Kerr stated. False advertising is the way that they see it a lot of the time.
I initially agree with Kerr. I think that I think that two things can be true at once, right? I think it can be true that that's a problem and it's a plague and it's an issue. I think it can also be true that like it does level the playing field, but I think that's just like a completely separate thing. I think that the fact that we can like have like an equal thing where like, oh, all of them are attractive, so like we're actually just looking based on personality, like that can be a real true thing that does happen, that people get like, everybody has prejudices. We get past those when we oh, it's like a hot cam model, whatever, and then now I'm like actually getting to know who you are, and so now my opinion's completely changed. I think that it's I think that can be true while also saying that they can still be manipulating people.
Oh, 100%.
Those two things can be true. So I agree with Kerr, but I also can understand that like it does level the playing field in a male-dominated market. I think that those things are true as well. But I think that it's also problematic because it's like in certain scenarios you have women fighting women because you have women manipulating and abusing a certain group of people, and it can just kind of get like haywire when. Yeah, but it's because like there's some women trying to set a precedent, like we don't have to do this, we don't have to wear booba shirts, we don't have to wear this, we don't have to do that, and then it's like you have some women that'll just take a full advantage of every possible opportunity, which I mean, yes, queen, whatever, but I think that like both sides have merit to their perspective, I would say.
Right. I mean, I'm actually interested to see what people are going to say in the comments about this. Guys, remember to like the video. You've actually been watching it for like almost an hour and a half at this point. Please remember to like the video. It helps in the algorithm tremendously. If you also on Spotify, remember to leave a like or a comment on Spotify as well. We try to read everybody's comments, especially the YouTube comments particularly, because that's where most of the people leave feedback there. Let's do closing thoughts on this. We'll start with Jay.
Closing thoughts. First,
I forgot to ask your opinion on VTubers. I am so sorry. Oh my god. Okay, so Jay, give us your thoughts on VTubing, and then I'll let you have the last word, and then you get to do your closing thoughts as compensation.
I am biased towards VTubers because I do VTubing, and so I think it's an interesting part of the online world, right? They've kind of blended streaming and sort of performance and this like virtual identity to entertain people. And people have many reasons for doing VTubing, whether it's to manipulate people and steal their money from lonely people, or to just have that, that fun entertainment kind of value, similar to like, I don't know, I kind of equated it to, oh, instead of watching, I don't know, live action films, you're watching like anime or something like that. It's just like a different kind of entertainment in that way, is kind of how I've been talking about how VTubers are. And so, for me, it's mostly has been a really fun experience to get into this whole thing. There's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes that goes into like maintaining the VTubing thing. I have like a whole setup here with like cameras and the lighting, and to make sure everything is like going well from a technical standpoint, right? There's that technical standpoint that I really enjoyed with all this setup. And obviously, like, hey, like if you're someone who just wants to stream in their underpants, you can, because they can't see it, right? But yeah, VTubing has been a very positive experience for me. I've usually been a very like, what's the word for it? Like keeping to myself kind of person, where I don't really share too much. I've mostly been just, on my own, introverted. That's thank you, Kerr. Yes, I've mostly been an introverted person, but really like streaming, being able to have some sort of like persona or like a visual to express myself has been really, I don't know, really good for my mental health in terms of, letting things out, because I usually just keep things in, which I still do. But I think with this whole like content creation and stuff like that has been such a opening experience for me. It's definitely, again, I'm very, very biased towards VTubers, because that's what I focus on, is that aspect, is me putting myself out there, being it, because when you do any kind of content creation, right, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, you sign yourself up to be judged and criticized. And maybe that VTubing avatar is kind of a way for you to maybe protect yourself from a little bit of that, because you gotta be strong. You gotta be strong mentally to be able to handle like a lot of these, negative comments sometimes. I know that in 2020, 2021, like the VTubing scene, that's kind of where it kind of exploded, right? People saw Iron Mouse. I think Iron Mouse is when she started in 2020-ish, right? Like that early stage. People didn't really understand it. People had a very negative view of it. But now I think it's getting into more normal, like more normalized, how people view it. So I'm glad that it's grown so much, and I'm happy to be a part of the community. I know there's a lot of like drama here and there, but hey, there's drama everywhere, whether it's VTubing or like IRL stuff. I don't know, but I'm just here along for the ride, so.
All right. Yeah, no. And like I said, I will give you again. Okay. So Jay, what are your closing thoughts real quick? Give you the
closing thoughts. So I was going to say closing thought first. Thank you, Kerr, for agreeing to come onto the podcast. You're always a pleasure to have on. And thank you for giving us your perspective on things. As for BDO, we'll see. We'll see. And you can find me live over at twitch.tv/JaykunVT. V before the T.
Jay is saying, we'll see, bro. We're cooked. We're so cooked, bro. It used to be Blonde would say it every time, but like, Jay would kind of say it as V. Now he's like, oh God, bro, we're so cooked. All right, Blonde, you want to give us closing thoughts?
Closing thoughts. Jay is eating the ice cream, and he said, "Is it poison?" I don't know.
God,
we'll see.
We'll see.
He just said, "We'll see" on eating the possibly poisonous ice cream. I'm just saying.
The comments are gonna go so hard on this
maybe
podcast.
some ice cream too. Yeah. I mean, I unironically would like to see in 5 years which game will be at their peak or at their downfall. I'm really curious to see what that's going to be like. I'm going to probably have to get a time capsule to remind myself or send an email in the future. But
it's not that deep, one. It's not that deep. It's not.
Oh, it's extremely deep.
It's not that deep.
It is that deep. It is extremely deep.
Oh. All right. And as for me, I would I'm trying not to comment on I'm trying to let Jay have the last word. I'm trying to, it's like a mental, like I'm trying to let him have the last word on the podcast thing. I will say that again, yeah, you do get a lot of hate in content creation with regards to like a different topic. He said, you get a lot of hate from people as a VTuber. You get a lot of hate in general as a creator. It only gets worse as you get bigger. You just have to learn how to deal with it better. I think, again, I try to shelter. I think if my mom knew how much hate I got on a regular basis just on the internet, I think she would not be able to sleep at night. Thinking about it, it would be crazy. But that's okay because they have no idea. We're good. But like, I mean, hey, that's the job. You know what I mean? You get to be, pros. You get to play video games for a living. Cons. People are constantly going to try to come after you, and people are always going to be after you. You know what I mean? And that's just how it is. And it's especially true for like VTubers, right? VTubers get a lot of hate as well. So yeah, guys, remember I get 2 YouTube videos every day. The Throne of Liberty tournament is about to start. So for the people that really love my video content, remember I am going to be shifting my time slot. I'm gonna okay, but no, I did stop, dude. You can't even say that. I quit. I play more than everybody in this podcast put together. That's the crazy thing, is that I play the most. Okay. Anyway, I will have to be doing 2-a-day streams. So we're going to be basically streaming video in the morning. Either it's on Blue Squad Chill, which is my alt channel, or a Blue Squad in the main channel. And then we'll have to like raid someone or throw it over to someone. And then we're going to be doing Throne and Liberty's tournament basically every single day, except for Sundays, for like the next month. It starts on the 26th, which I believe is this coming Monday. Getting preparations ready for the tournament. That's why I haven't been live today. That's why I'm not going to be live probably tomorrow or the next day, is I'm really trying to make sure that this production value is going to be good, because it's going to be a super big deal for me and my content creation. You'll see the videos start to churn out on YouTube, but I will absolutely be trying to keep up with my BDO content as well. So we're going to keep trying, fighting the good fight, try to put out a BDO video every single day as we go through that tournament and push through that. And then as the tournament ends, we're going to be looking right at the Heidel ball. It's almost like I planned it that way. So we're going to be coming right to the end of the Throne of Liberty tournament, and then right into the hype for the Heidel ball. Should be really, really sick. And I'm very excited for that, but I'm going to try to keep things going. Just remember, guys, my entire time slot is going to move up to like 7 a.m. or something. I have to stream in the morning, which is going to be a little bit hard, but you know what? It is what it is. Now, I do want to shift the attention towards Kerr. Kerr, I want to say thank you so much for coming onto the podcast. You did a great job. You're a natural at this, but then again, you ran a lot of podcasts back in the day too. I appreciate your insight as a returning player. You seem to know a lot about content creation. You have a very firm grasp of how the category functions and what it takes to kind of be a content creator in the category, and respect game, man, on that fact there. So where can people find you? Are you going to be making more content? You doing YouTube, Twitch? Give yourself a shout out here.
No shout out currently, but if I do start doing content, depending on how the ball goes, it definitely will be on Twitch. So instead, I want to do a closing remark, I don't know, and kind of make an address to each one of you individually, and kind of like, I don't know, express, fond memories or just thoughts. So for example, Blonde Bear, I'll start with you because you're at the top right. I remember the first time that I met Blonde Bear, okay? There was this guy, and I always saw screenshots of him hitting random ass try and Ted accessories and people talking about him being the RNG god. And I was watching a Potion Shop stream. Potion was like, we need a third for Miramok. Anyone want to grind Miramok? That dates us. It's many years ago. And I somehow got picked to be in that party. And I grinded with Potion Shop and Blonde Bear at Miramok for like 5 hours, man. And at that time, I was a fanboy. So, Blonde, I know right now you don't have that BDO passion, but I remember those days. I remember those bright eyes, bushy tailed days, hitting Ted ogres and all these other things. I remember. Mm-hmm. So, it was great always seeing you, even when you were getting destroyed for years by the merchant ring, not stopping.
Just a little bit of grinding, no big deal.
Yeah. Blue, I think one of the funny things is, though we've never had a chance to actually talk or interact, I want you to know that watching you shot call from time to time over the years, and the way you just absolutely rage out, and I love when you just call out people's names that are following the calls or in position. It's just like amazing background noise over the years. And I know you said over a couple days that you thought like I didn't like you or anything. No, it's never like, it's not like that. I'm just kind of a lot of times I'll just stay to myself. I try to stay off to the side most of the time, but never had anything against you, and honestly I don't think I ever will. Keep up making the content. Okay?
Depends on how many videos you like to watch about me. It's honestly crazy. But I got that idea because you were a part of the top 1% community, and usually there's a lot of PvPers in the PvP community that, let's be honest, they're super toxic, right? So like you can get the wrong idea of me pretty quickly if you don't watch my stuff or if you just believe everything you hear on the internet without at face value. So I appreciate you giving me the benefit of the doubt. It's actually ironic that you say you love my shot calling content. It's sad that actually has not happened in well over a year now. For BDO at least. I shot call still for Throne and Liberty now, but that content's basically gone now, and I'm hoping that it comes back with the ball. I do. I hope it comes back with the ball. But okay, so now you were going to rotate over to Jay. We haven't said
and
Jay yet.
Closing remarks to Jay. So Jay, one, I hope I don't actually think VTubing is killing Twitch. Okay,
you hate me. I get it. It's fine.
But I do feel pretty passionate about how it's kind of been prefers to manipulate people. Okay, but not by everyone. Anyway, I'd like that for such a long time now that you've always find a way to stay positive about BDO. Always find a way to like spread positivity and happiness, and just always willing to interact with every single person that comes into your chat, regardless of whether you have 300 people watching you or 30 people watching you. Even when you you don't even shy away from streaming other games. I know a lot of BDO content creators, they refuse to stream other games because, oh no, like I now get 5% of the viewers that I get on BDO. No, you don't care. You play the games you want to play, you have fun with the people you have fun with, and you try to find some joy out of everything that you do. At least that's the aura that you give off, and I resonate with that. A lot of times where I haven't been feeling the best, I know I can always tune into your stream and it's like good vibes. So keep that up.
Kerr.
I completely disagree. I think that Jaykun, honestly, to your point earlier, Kerr, I think that Jaykun has been maliciously taking advantage of and farming simps. Men on the
wait, is it working?
It's working.
Is he
Kerr.
farming me?
I'm farming Kerr.
I'm in psyops? Oh my god, it works.
Jay is a 400-pound soda gulping behemoth. Okay, behind that microphone. Okay,
he got you.
I got him.
Farming you. All right. Okay, but in all seriousness, guys, remember to comment on the podcast. Remember to like the podcast. If you're listening on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, we thank you guys. From all of us here at the Oldmoon Podcast, have a great rest of your week. We're flapping.
You gotta flap.
We're flapping. We're flapping. We're flapping. All right. Thanks so much, guys. My buddy's here and we're working out, so I'm gonna bounce out pretty quick. Kerr, again, thanks so much for coming on, buddy.
Of course.
I'm glad you mentioned that at the end there. Yeah, I know it's easy to get the wrong impression about me, but I promise I promise I don't bite too hard. When you get to Dovey, I promise. But I appreciate you coming on the podcast, man. I appreciate your opinions and how your candor about the state of the game.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all letting me come on and allowing me, because I'm a jokester, so I like to keep things lighthearted, but I also kind of like to have, mix in some serious talks and opinions. So I like that you guys kind of went with it, even though I'm a guest, and kind of just let me, steer a little bit from time to time. So thank y'all for having me on.
Oh, that's part of a podcast. Yeah, thank you. All right, guys, I got to bounce out.
All right, guys.
Yeah, same later, dudes.
See you guys. Bye. Okay, guys, I have been holding in this pee. I should have peed before the podcast, but I've been holding in for the last 30 minutes. So let me take some time to just close everybody out here. Close this, close that, close this window, close this, close my notes, close that. Okay. And we'll be right back like 2 minutes, guys. 2-3 minutes. I just need to pee. And then also we're going to be jumping into Obscur, Claire Obscur Expedition 33 right after. So I totally understand if you just want to leave me on lurk for now and then go lurk in a different video stream for a drop. So 3 minutes. Well, I'm not just peeing, Silver Bullet. I'm also getting in a quickie. Okay, bear back. Hello? Okay, it is time, guys. I do have to turn off my VTuber programs. Oh my god. Oh my god, the music, it's so beautiful. Okay, let me put out this one. Wait, where's the... There it is.
Glad to be back.
Rico, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Welcome back for 5 months. Thank you, thank you. Have you played this game, Rico? Have you played Expedition 33? But this game has been so fun lately. Oh, you haven't? Have you heard of the game at all? Okay, so last we left off, guys, I did do a lot of like background leveling because I didn't want to do like the freaking like grindy part of the part. So I haven't progressed the game though. I haven't progressed any of the kind of story yet. So that's what we're gonna do today. It's gonna progress to the next part here. This game is so beautiful. Kerr, have you played this game? Too poor. So how I like to enjoy new games if I don't have the money to play it, Regal, is I play it vicariously through other people. Does that make sense? So basically you're playing the game right now through me, of me playing it, you know what I mean? Now, this game is a very like narrative experience. So are you into games with like deep narratives? Because the narrative in this game is deep. Like the story is like freaking, like it's gonna tug at your heartstrings, you know? You grind? Yeah. Hold on. Let me change my party here. I am a little bit over leveled because I did do a lot of side content. So this is the overworld, and it's turn-based combat, Rigo. So that is the main focus. But the turn-based combat is very like active, if that makes sense.
Let the ink flow.
Ooh, I don't think these enemies are gonna get a turn. I am like very over leveled right now. Yeah, these guys are just gonna die. I'm way too strong for these guys. Let's get to the next part so we can actually get some actual action. Have I been in this area yet? Actually, I think this might be the first area I'm in. Final Fantasy, yeah, it's like FF10. I think that's the best way to describe it, Rigo. It's like an FF10 kind of game. Let's see. The effects in the, yeah, like doing the parries are so freaking good. Ooh, is this another beach? Oh my god. Okay, let's do this first here. Ooh. Yeah, it's basically like the FF10. Yeah, it's that good, Rigo. It's that good.
Chance.
Let's see. Okay, I don't think he's gonna get a turn, guys. I literally have so much.
Radiance.
He's literally.
Blades sharp. Witness the flames.
It's probably gonna be a contender for being Game of the Year. I already can predict that it's Game of the Year. It's so good.
Blades cut through the flames. Don't fall.
The music too. I don't know if you're hearing the music right now. Oh my god, it's so good.
The toughness of earth. Better.
This guy's dead. Nobody's been loving it. Yes. And it's like so fun to watch like content creators play it, because you get to kind of see how skilled they are with the skill checks. Because it's a very like skillful kind of game with like the parries. Kerr, have you played it, Kerr?
Thomas of the 47th Drunken Brigade. Benjamin's been calling us the Drunken Brigade.
Does it remind me of Rake Limit? Yeah.
Yeah, we do our best work after a few. The trick is finding that perfect point where your nerves have calmed enough that your mind and body are one, but not so calm that your reactions are dulled. Some of the lads haven't quite managed riding that edge. But I remain in full control of my body and thoughts. Oh, sounds like someone spotted another Neveron. Better fuel up for our next
Expedition
dance.
47.
For Lumiere!
Expedition 47 sounds like a fun expedition to be on. So kind of to give you kind of a synopsis of what's happening, Regal. So basically, let's see if we can see it here from this angle. Yes, we can. So do you see this number 33 here? So we are on expedition number 33. And basically the number counts down every year, and anybody who's above the number in terms of age just literally gets deleted from the world, right? So these journals and expeditions, right? It started at 100, and so it seems like they only started doing expeditions at 84. Maybe they skipped a couple years, but essentially every year since then they've been sending out expeditions to kind of like destroy this being called the Paintress, who is supposedly killing everybody, right? And so we're now at the 33rd year, so anybody above 33 years old is dead at this point. So there's only young people around, and so we're on expedition 33 right now, and we're trying to just stop the Paintress. That's our kind of goal right now. So that's kind of like the whole like base of the story, but it's so much deeper than that. So, and currently we're in Act 2. Let's see what's over here. Is that yeah? I see. Watcher. Once you turn 33, you're dead. I'm sorry. Oh no. Oh no. Is this an only up? Oh no, guys. Frick. It's actually an only up section. God damn it. I'm really bad at these. Oh, okay. Game, don't do that, I swear to God. I feel like it would be fun to watch Blue do a gameplay of this one. Sure. Because I know he always has big reactions, right? Oh my god, please. Do we go over there? No, probably here. God. Is it? Oh god. Is it gonna keep going? Oh no. Looks like it's over here. Don't look down, Jay. Don't look down. Oh shit, it's over here. Okay. Oh my god. The story of how this game came to be, Regal, is also really inspiring. This game was developed by about 30 people. And this came out of that, like the caliber of this, like people have been comparing it to, you know, these AAA companies, right? Making these AAA games, about how like the quality and fidelity of this game is like unmatched. for the. Oh my god. And there's a particular video actually that really does really does a good job of outlining like the history of how the development period for this game. Because literally the first 2 years was 2 people. It was this person and his friend, ex-Ubisoft employees who just wanted to make a fun game. And oh my god, the quality of this game is so good. Yeah, basically like 33 people. Expedition 33, literally. Oh my god, did I make it? Hello? Oh my god. Actually, let me go find the video. I really love that video. Hold on. Hold on. Did I change? I'm such an idiot, guys. I'm literally breaking the rules of freaking Twitch. I need to change my category. What the frick, man? Day 3, Act 2. Oops. Oops. I'm a good streamer, I promise. Okay, there we go. Category changed. Okay. Do. Here it is. This video. Oh man, the early guys, look at this early stage of the game too. This is what it looked like.
This is Claire Obscur Expedition 33, just 1 year into development. This footage you're seeing was made with the sole purpose of trying to find voice actors for the main characters. In fact, the creator of the game would literally be posting this to Reddit in order to find voice actors for their characters. And from that same Reddit post, the creator would also find a lead writer.
How do you pronounce this name? Is it Guillaume? Guillaume? I don't think you say the L's, right?
The creator of the game would literally be posting this to Reddit in order to find voice actors for their characters. And from that
this person, is it Guillaume Broche?
Same Reddit post, the creator would also find a lead writer, of which also had no experience in working in games before. In fact, her
look at this. This was Expedition 33, guys.
Previous role was an investor at a private equity company. To top it off, the composer for the game's soundtrack had never written a game soundtrack before. And he was brought on after the director of the game found him off of SoundCloud. And to put this into perspective, most AAA games like Fortnite or Call of Duty are backed by hundreds of developers across dozens of different departments. So this begs the question, how did a team that's smaller than the Call of Duty microtransaction
The name is basically a double entendre? Oh, like how it's like made by that many people?
Most visually
and it's called Expedition 33.
Most impactful RPG we've seen in years.
Look how far it's come. The music is so good. There it is, guys. Once you turn 33, you're done. Kerr, I feel like you're almost there.
Expedition 33's journey began in late 2020, but the first concepts actually started 4 years before that. Guillaume Broche, who was the founder of Sandbox Interactive and the director of Expedition 33, was at Ubisoft for roughly 4 years. From 2016 up until 2019, he would work on games like The Division 2 and Ghost Recon Breakpoint. After those 2 games shipped, he was put in a narrative lead role for a game franchise called Might and Magic. And like many of you right now, I had no idea this game franchise even existed. But apparently, the franchise is a mobile game owned by Ubisoft Shanghai, and Broche was leading the narrative for this franchise. And as you would expect from leading narrative on a mobile game designed to extract as much money as possible from players, Guillaume got bored with the work that he was doing on the team and really felt like there was no impact to what he was doing. And during this time, he had ambitions that went beyond being shoehorned into a mobile gacha game. He knew that a game like Expedition 33 would never be greenlit.
Dude, this is the scene in Flying Waters with Mael and Goblu. I don't know who designed this art, but it's beautiful.
By Ubisoft. So he quit his job in order to pursue his ambition. Alongside him, Tom Guillerme had the same ambitions as the director. So he would also leave Ubisoft and join the infant team. With the director writing up the narrative and Tom, who had expertise on how Unreal Engine worked, the small grassroots team would begin by exploring Unreal Engine 4. While the director was messing around with Unreal Engine, the original prototype for Clair Obscur was supposed to be related to time. So when he had to save the project on his computer, he had to find a name for the project file. So what would the project be called? Well, the game's related to time, so maybe Hourglass. Well, Sans Fall in an Hourglass. Okay, Sans Fall is the working name of the game, and from that point on, the game's internal working name would be Sandfall, even to this date. With Tom at the helm as co-founder and CTO, and Guillaume as CEO and also a co-founder. They would embark on their expedition to create a brand new world by themselves.
Oh my god. I get it. Monoko's theme, ain't no way. Wait, what does that fit so well?
Now that the studio had been founded, it was time to actually build up the game. Since Guillaume wanted this game to have a big focus on narrative, he began reaching out anywhere he could to find people who would be interested in helping the passion project evolve into something a bit more serious. He created this post on the subreddit r/recordthisforfree, looking to cast actors for the main roles of the game, including, of course, Mael. One of the many people who auditioned from this
Reddit got
post,
so many freaking, like, I don't know what you would call them, like A-list voice actors, right? They got freaking Jennifer English from, Baldur's Gate, who voiced Shadowheart. They got Ben Starr, who voiced Clive from Final Fantasy 16, They got literally Gollum. The voice for Gollum? They got that guy to voice the old guy. Oh my god.
Was Jennifer Schvedberg-Yen. She got one of the leading roles as an actor. However, once she joined the team, it was pretty clear that her impact would be most noticed in a writer position, so she became a lead writer on the game. Despite the growing teams,
That's crazy. So basically, she auditioned for, I guess, the role for a voice actor, to voice act one of the major characters, early version of the game, and then switched to becoming the team's lead writer. What? That's crazy.
In a writer position, so she became a lead writer on the game. Despite the growing teams, the co-founders and Jennifer Yen said that they wore many different hats during the game's production. Her involvement would span from story to gameplay to art and all over the project. At this point, the small team continued prototyping and development on the game, but the team started the hunt for a composer at the same time. The co-founders began their hunt for a composer by reaching out to the most popular composers in the industry, like Hans Zimmer, Johnny Paisano, Danny Elfman, and... just kidding. He began his search on SoundCloud. That's where he found Lorien to start. And at this point, Lorien had never worked on a game before, but caught the attention of...
Apparently, this guy was just like a school teacher, was his like job, and he was just posting things on SoundCloud and stuff. And then I think the story was that both the company or the development team were like looking for people on like a random forum, and he also just happened to be looking at this random forum that he's never visited before, and then they connected.
Co-founders based off the work he's done on his SoundCloud. I am not making this up. The composer of Expedition 33, one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard in a video game, had never worked on a video game soundtrack before. Oh, and actually, it wasn't SoundCloud. It was even crazier than that. One night, the director went on an obscure gaming forum with like 10 people on it, and he made a post asking if anybody would want to join his team as a composer. And out of sheer luck, Lorian Testard had also randomly found this forum for the first time, just an hour after the post was made. The hunt to expand the team wouldn't end just there. They would also find the studio's art director too. Nicholas Maxon Francombe would join the studio during the founders' hunt through online forums. The core development team of 6 developers would continue to work on the prototype for Expedition 33. Driven by a cohesive vision of what they wanted the game to be from the very beginning, the teams spent the majority of 2020 building out the studio first, and then towards the end of the year, the game itself. Everyone was on the same page here and had the same goals as each other: to make one of the best reimaginings of a classic JRPG that anybody will ever play.
Oh, I love how, oh, look, I don't know if you noticed, all the developers are there. This is the lead director, this is the composer, and there was Jennifer Yen.
Classic
Where was she?
JRPG that anybody will
there was Jennifer Yen.
Ever play.
They're all there. All the developers were singing. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, this is Lune, right? Early concept of Lune. She had the tattoo on her face.
By April 2021, Sandfall moved into a bigger office, and the core development team working on Expedition 33 started to expand. The team went from 6 employees to now more than 15 working on the game, comprising mostly of junior level engineers who didn't really have any experience in making games before, but were just as ambitious as the rest of the studio. The once grassroots passion project was starting to evolve into something bigger. By mid-2021, they were putting the finishing touches on a newer, rebooted demo, something small but was polished enough to attract attention. The original version of Expedition 33 was more Victorian.
This was 2021.
These were all assets comprised of the Unreal
2021
Engine
Expedition 33.
Just as a quick way to rapidly create a simple prototype. But as the studio's new art director joined, they shifted directions a bit. The demo was meant to serve as a teaser for potential investors or as a foundation for a future Kickstarter campaign. In less than a year since forming the studio, the team began presenting their work to various publishers. Though still in a prototype phase, the demo was impressive, especially given the team's limited size and resources. Towards the end of 2021, they would meet with a brand new publisher, Kepler Interactive. And for those who don't know Kepler Interactive, they are a small indie publisher founded in September of 2021. Kepler Interactive is co-owned by a group of independent game developers, and their primary initiative is to help fund smaller indie games like Sifu, for example, and allow teams to have full creative freedom over their projects. Right off the bat, the publisher and the development teams hit it off
and the other games they mentioned,
inked a deal to work together in order to ship Expedition 33. Sandfall would use the extra funding rounds by Kepler to shift development from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5. Additionally, Kepler would also open the door for more popular voice actors to be brought onto the project. And of course, the small team of 12 people would grow to 22 people working on Expedition 33. Kepler Interactive and Sandfall would announce their partnership together in March of 2023. Additionally, around the same time, Microsoft would also pick up Expedition 33 as a Day 1 Game Pass launch title. At this point, the game had financial backing, guaranteed exposure through Game Pass, successfully switched over to Unreal Engine 5, and greatly expanded their tiny development team, all within a year or two, while also simultaneously working on the actual game. With their new investments coming in, they were also able to upgrade their office with a full motion capture studio. And Kepler Interactive helped pull in a star-studded cast to help voice the main characters. The cast that Kepler was able to pull in is a bit wild.
Is insane.
Was played by none other than Charlie Cox,
Daredevil.
who you may know as Daredevil. Jennifer English played Mayel, who was Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3. Ben Starr played Verso, and he was also in Final Fantasy 16. Andy Serkis from, well, you know who he is. And the list just goes on and on.
Freaking Lord of the
Rings.
Rings.
Incredible talent. The game was becoming something much bigger than just a great game with excellent gameplay. It was also shaping up to become an incredible narrative experience that arguably could be up there with the best movies of all time. As a side note, on the movie side, Kepler Interactive was also able to secure a live-action film for the franchise too. It's too
so
early to say how good that will be.
I don't know. I don't know what's the right word for it. Is it like inspiring? Something like all these, everything just clicked into place, right? Like the stars aligned kind of situation, right?
By the end of 2023, Sandfall Interactive would begin working on a debut trailer for Expedition 33. Since they had a partnership with Microsoft and we're going to ship the game day one.
This is the debut trailer that everybody was talking. I had not heard of this game until literally like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And then this came out of nowhere and just like blew me away. Holy.
On Game Pass. They also had a spot in the Xbox.
I think they also secured a live action for this too. Rigo, is this game story Claire Obscur?
Game showcase in 2024. This is where they.
I'm not sure how that would translate very well because I've always had kind of a negative. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I've always had like a negative kind of reception to video game story translations into live action stuff, right? It's always never been like most of the time, like there's some exceptions here and there, but most of the time, like translating a video game story to live action or like things to live action from like other media has always been like kind of subpar, you know?
To reveal their passion project turned masterpiece to the world.
I don't know if I would want a FF10 live action movie because I already love FF10 story, you know, Rigo, and it's like good the way it is. And I don't know if like a live action would like translate very well, if that makes sense by translate. Like it would like make the story as good as the game story, you know what I mean? So I'm a little bit worried by that if they were to make a live action thing, you know? No, yeah, of course, there's going to be some pieces where it's going to be good, but that's like doesn't happen often, and I wouldn't want FF10 story to be ruined or have like a stain on my like reception of it, right? Because right now FF10 story is like good right now. It's this clean white t-shirt, and if the FF10 live action, if they were to make a live action and it like didn't do well, then it would be like a stain on the t-shirt, you know what I mean? So I'm a little bit skeptical on it. Even
Sample
remakes too. I don't know if you've been following the FF7 remake, but I don't know. I haven't. The the first part of the FF7 remake was like very, you know, lots of good reception, but the second one, Rebirth, I feel like it didn't hit the same as the original. I don't know. I feel like they missed the mark a lot on the second part of Final Fantasy VII remake. The first part was like everybody was super excited about it, but they have changed quite a bit in the story, and I'm like, it's not hitting the same. So they are doing something weird with it, Regal, and that's why I feel the way that I am. It's because it's just. So that's why I'm also a little bit skeptical on them potentially making an FF10 remake. I'm hoping they don't ruin the story, because the story was so good in the original, they don't need to change anything about it really. So
would reveal the game to the world in June of 2024, and right off the bat, everybody was enthralled by the world that Sandfall had introduced us to. Typically,
so this is the gameplay.
6 years in development, we would consider it to be stuck in development hell, or a case of too many.
You might cry with
However,
Claire Obscur as well.
With Sandfall Interactive,
the story's so good.
33, a 6-year development cycle is actually a pretty remarkable turnaround. I know it sounds a bit crazy to say, but just looking at all of the accomplishments the studio made within the development cycle really helps highlight this point. The first 2 years involved just a couple of folks playing around in Unreal Engine, to get a better feel of how the engine worked and creating a rapid prototype of Expedition 33. One that was a bit more Victorian and had utilized free assets from the Unreal Marketplace. The next 2 years were spent growing the team, with more talent, bringing in specialized directors, and starting the process of securing a publishing deal that would help bring the game into the limelight. And the final 2 years were spent iterating upon their prototypes and creating a game with a laser-focused vision, a vision that the entire team shared unilaterally. Not only was the team being built up during their 6-year development, but even their publisher was too. The CEO of Sandfall really hit it out of the park when he said something along the lines of, "You can accomplish so much when working with a smaller publisher team." Kepler and Sandfall both had double-digit employees, so the CEOs found it really easy to interface with each other. Alongside the fact that the studio had full creative control, the relationship between the two companies was solely dedicated to crafting the best game they possibly could, with no middlemen trying to squeeze money out of the players. Just 2 months later, the team would put out a 6-minute gameplay reveal. This reveal would showcase all of the work that they had done thus far during development. At this point, the gameplay they showed off looked to be almost identical to the final version.
This was like, I think this was like a year ago, and it's basically identical. Yeah, identical to the current gameplay is what we're seeing right now. This was a year ago game in development.
We would get
footage
a couple months later, so it's safe to say the work that remained at this point was bug fixing and minor UI changes. By the end of 2024, the team had finally finished the core development of the game, and it was time to celebrate. They knew that the game would be releasing next year, and they anxiously waited fans to get their hands on their project. And to no surprise to anybody who's played Expedition 33, they absolutely crushed it. Not only was it a critical
literally everybody is saying that this is going to be game of the year
success with review,
and I would be so disappointed and surprised if they did not win game of the year.
But also gamers. Since release, the game has been in the top 10 most popular games on Steam alone. In just 12 days, the game sold over 2 million copies, and we can only imagine what the actual player count is if you factor in Game Pass. The story of this game's development is just crazy. The teams absolutely deserve their flowers in creating such a great journey.
And it's not even like a full priced game, right? Because right now full price games, Rigo, like they're like $80 to $100, right, for these full price games. But this was, I think it was like $45 or something like that.
With such a small team. But don't just take it from me. Here's the founder of Larian Studios, the developers of Baldur's Gate 3, predicting
I also love Larian Studios.
Of Player Obscur Expedition 33.
So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight, but I actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and the year after. Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. The oracle told me that the game of the year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the oracle.
True. We love Sven. I mean, if you haven't heard the soundtrack to this game, Rigo, it's so bad.
c'est vraiment une expérience qui a été très importante pour moi. J'ai pleuré pendant 2 jours, j'ai rigolé, c'était formidable.
Oh man. All right, back to the actual gameplay, guys. Oh my god, I love that video so much. They did such a good job of like breaking down and just giving us like the whole story. That was amazing. All right, back to only up. Oh no. Surely don't fall, right? Oh my god, we're going even higher. No. Which way? This way? Do you go on the boats? I feel like that might be like a shortcut, I guess. Oh no, please no. Game. Do I just jump for this one? Oh. God, my stomach is churning, guys. Ah. Okay. Where do we go from here? Here. Here, I guess. Oh God. Oh my God. Please let it be over soon. Oh my god, they have a hole there. Is it over? Please tell me it's over. Oh, thank God. Oh, dang. Oh my god. Icy Watcher. Please tell me you know who the blue shirt guy is. Because this guy's literally doing the blue shirt guy dance. Blue shirt guy dance. Please tell me you know who Blue Shirt Guy dances. This guy. He's literally doing it. The Blue Shirt Guy dance. This one. This guy is literally doing it. You know the Blue Shirt Guy dance? Oh my god. He's literally doing it. Is that crazy? What? Oh my god. Oh my god, he's breaking it down. This guy's doing it too. He knows. What do I get? Do we get a new swimsuit? The ultimate gestural uniform? Ain't no way. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyways. I mean, Minoka's got some cake. Minoka's got a little bit of cake down there, you know? So. Guess we're playing as Minoka now. Oh shoot. Okay, what's over here on this other side? Does CL have any? Let's put ones we have to level up here. Oh, charging tint. Ooh. Trade. Fun. Ponytail. Here we go. Death. I have an auto bomb build that I found. Auto bomb. The last stand. This guy's not even gonna get a turn. Sorry. I'm too strong.
A storm is coming.
We need to get to Act 3 quick, because Act 3 is definitely gonna humble me. Oh, I just healed him by accident, frick.
Chroma is flowing.
Oh, you still get the foot even though Minoko died? That's great. That's good to know. You still get the foot. So I do kind of want to get all of the feet. Yes, so Act 3, Icy Watcher, is when they uncap the damage, and then you get to fight. So Act 3, I believe you unlock flying, and then it unlocks basically like all the content that you can get to because you get flying, and all of that has like mons with millions of HP. But right now we've pretty much done all the content right in Act 2. That's why everything's super easy now, right? Because we kind of over leveled a lot.
My turn.
Can you break this up here? No. Dang, after defeating Sprong, like, I feel so powerful.
Interesting.
Do I still level it up even though CL? Oh no, I'm not leveling up the Pictos. This freaking CL. Dies. I need to get the feet. That's okay, we can level it up later. What's this over here? Esoteric Ruins? Hi. My core, my being a core, with the form of a damned soul, in this state of nothing but condemned. Ah. Condemned to wander aimlessly, as I have been separated from my companions, but I fear they were the ones who cut me off. I am invulnerable. I am vulnerable in this state. Will you be the one to final? Sure. Once I was in, can you enlighten me? This is dead that I died. This is my duty. Pardon me, I don't know answer. Don't meet your mistake.
It's weird that they don't know about Nevrons.
It's possible they died before or during the fracture.
Sure.
Or perhaps
That's
they
exactly
called
what
Nevron something
happened.
else.
Oh my god, climbing with Minoko just it looks so much weirder than climbing with the other characters. Where do we go first here? I guess Minoko also has a shooting. It's all the same. Okay, got it. Do you guys see it? Am I blind, guys? I know there's one over here, but the cages are usually nearby. Oh, I see. Is that one over there? Okay. And then we need one more. Oh. I see. Very hidden. Okay, let's go grab whatever dropped over there. Oh, just money. Was there anything over here? There is. Lumina. Oh no, I hate puzzles.
I have to go through the maze.
Oh no. Oh no. I think I'm breaking it, guys. Hajime000, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. You're just trying to get through this puzzle, and I'm terrible at puzzles. Okay, we're over here now, we're over here now.
This place is giving me a headache.
Me too. Where's the fighting?
God. Oh, please let this be the last moment. No. Please let it be the end. Is there a pattern? There must be a pattern, right? There must be a pattern. What if I just keep randomly shooting? I have no idea what's going on. Same. Same. We did it, guys. Thank God. Yup.
The door closed again.
Spooky.
Dude, I definitely solved that, right? Yeah, we definitely solved it. We weren't just hitting random ones until the final door opened, right? Because we're professionals. We're professionals at this game, you know? Are you kidding me? There was... I thought you could just climb up, man. Imagine if, like, Minoko just literally broke his legs. It's a complicated story. I yearn for something. Give these to me. Yeah, sure, here you go. Protecting heal. Ooh. Oh my god. Portier, you must die. Goodbye. Protecting heal. E spammer? Yup. It's actually F. Regal, it's actually F. Do. That's a fun little puzzle section. Dude, the open world is always so beautiful. Can I break these? No. Okay, I've been over there. Is there anywhere else I have not been? Can I kill these guys with my auto bomb? Can I just auto bomb these guys? Get him, Minoko. I guess I can. This auto bomb build is kind of goes hard. Is this the only place you can go? Old Lumiere. Seems like it. Well, this is the next story area. Here we go. Old Lumiere. It's French.
Welcome, my friends, to Old Lumiere.
Is anyone still here?
Just Nevrons.
So this is where our piece of loot...
So wicked. Fight the merchant, sure. Let's go with Mael. Mael's so leveled up, 52. I think you're only supposed to be like level 30 or something. Oh, I guess you can't just do that. Oh, get the counter.
This will hurt.
Hi. Dude, the counters are always so satisfying. Trade. What's this? I'll just buy it anyways. Okay. Got those. When applying powerful, its duration is increased by 2. Ooh. Ooh, cutscene. 20. Recover 25% HP on counterattack? That's huge for Mael.
We'll need a way forward.
The heart is in the center of the city. All right? Show off a bit, Minoko.
Minoko. Do you have a Dosa guide? Not really.
Do it yourself.
Like a full guide? No. Just small like combo videos here and there. Oh, okay. That's a little bit much, Minoko. That was a little bit much. Lune in her freaking swimsuit outfit. Minoko's crying?
Minoko! Why the hell did you...
Sorry, I fucked up. I just wanted to show off.
We just have to regroup. The others should be fine. Verso said the heart is in the center of Old Lumiere, right?
Right. Okay, Minoko. Stop crying. We have to move.
Yes, sorry.
Minoko. It's okay, Minoko. Everyone F's up. We still love you and your little panties. This is where we fell from, right? Yeah. Oh, good. This is going to be a good opportunity to raise our levels here. Or like our things here. Let's take off auto death here. There. Then we can start learning some stuff. Longer, powerful healing counter. Let's take off auto death as well. Okay, any other things we need to learn here? I think that's it. Then we can have Lune carry us in this party.
I beg your forgiveness for landing us in this quagmire.
Quagmire? What does quagmire mean?
Minoko.
Is it like a predicament?
Let's move on, shall we?
Okay, Lune, get him. Get him, Lune. Nice. Bye. Dude, I can't wait till we uncap our stuff. Ooh, what's this? New weapon, new sorrow. Steel Chevalier's Foot. Ooh, new skill.
How exactly did
Can I
our
jump down
piece of
here?
Lumiere end
No.
up on an island when the rest of the city is here?
One of the great mysteries.
Was that it? The
I wish
fracture?
we had more time. There's so much to study here.
Yeah, Lune is a pretty studious character. Ooh, there's something under here. Hello? Free stuff?
Useful.
No, it's just chroma. Wait, I can get up here? No. Boggy land that trembles under the foot. Oh. That trembles under the foot? Interesting.
A storm is coming. The eternity of ice. We've got work to do.
Yeah, I think one more fight and then we've leveled up our things and then we can turn on auto bomb again. Wait, can I go under here? Kinda looked like it.
So, Minoko, what was life like before the fracture?
The world was smaller and cozier, livelier. There were many more of us Gestrels back then. The fracture tore our villages apart. Only a fraction of a fraction survived. Our forests are filled with Gestrels awaiting rebirth.
Oh. Okay, guess we're starting.
Eternity.
You dare interrupt our story? Okay, now that we've learned that, we can turn on auto bomb again. Auto death. Speed up to getting to Act 3 because we've definitely super over leveled by now.
Well, that will help.
I mean, last playthrough, we kind of got our butts whipped by all the tough mobs, but now that we've beat the tough mobs, the mobs aren't tough anymore. Hello? Oh. I have nothing but time, I suppose, to sit and think. These days, I am just a man who sits and thinks. When she was young, she'd get sad thinking about mortality. But when I asked her about her sadness, her answer surprised me. Who are you talking about? She who painted Neverons. She wasn't scared of death itself. The paintress. She was sad because there are more works of art than she'd ever be able to see in her lifetime. So many fables from around the world that she'd never be able to collect, to bring life to her into her fruition. It saddened her. And it's Woosa. But she proved to me a liar. She did love to challenge me. Of all of them, she and I the most alike. All of them. To keep them alive in her minds when they are far, far away. And then I paint them so that I remember them. Remember their faces. He's a painter too? Ah! Lore. Omega lore. Oh, cutscene. Wait, that's a rock. That's a rock for Eskie.
Eskie's stones.
Oh, yeah.
Let's bring him a gift.
Aw, we love CL. I love CL and Eskie's friendship.
I was surprised you agreed so readily to Verso's plans.
He seems to be our best bet for now. We lack too much information.
Do you trust him?
I trust that he wants to reach the paintress, so for now, our interests are aligned.
He has been helpful. Still, I have this feeling he's hiding something.
Oh, Minoko?
Minoko, how did you meet Verso?
I don't really remember. I feel like I've always known Verso.
He mentioned traveling with other expeditions.
Quite a few.
How many? What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Maybe ask Verso when we find him.
Yeah, okay. Finding them comes first. Any idea what this is?
It's like hair.
I'm afraid not. This is my first time here as well.
What is, ew, what is that? It's like a mountain of hair, huh?
58. They were the ones that Verso was traveling with.
She's like bending
believe so.
down. Who's she?
They made it surprisingly far. An axon. Interesting. Verso is...
Wait,
this
what is
true?
what does it say?
Mael's with him.
We need to go. Now.
Verso would never harm her.
Huh? Are you not gonna let us read it? Hello? What happened?
Can you stand? Minoko gets a bit.
Verso, button up your shirt, man.
Hurts, but I'm fine.
Good. The others are probably heading
Jesus.
towards the center of the city. We'll rejoin them there.
Oh, we got Noko. Oh, is Noko gonna become a party member? That'd be so cool. I mean, it feels like we're missing a party member, right? We're 5 out of 6.
Feels like home. You okay?
Minoko fits well in
Hiking
the disaster
Seraph.
expedition, eh?
Yeah. It does. After you.
We were just talking about how Verso needs to button up his shirt because it's a little bit too low there. You know?
Speaking of home, where do you live in Lumiere?
Above a bakery near the center. Angelique's Boulangerie. I ate there every morning. I wonder if it's still there.
It's called Mathilde's now. When this is over, you should go and visit.
Dude, we're just progressing the story. Now that we beat Sprong King Seraph, everything is kind of a little bit too easy now. So I think progressing to Act 3 when we, you know, get the monster scaling a bit higher would be best. Because again, everything kind of dies in one hit nowadays. Kind of my fault for like over leveling.
Let's go the path.
Does it matter if I hit them in the head or in the chest? Not really, right?
I never said there was treasure.
Noko. Dude, it'd be so cool if Noko could become a party member. It does feel like King Seraph that there should have been like 6 party members. You know? Because then you have like, you know, your 3 at the front and then 2 in the back, right? It kind of feels like there should have been originally 6. And I'm kind of thinking maybe there was originally 6, you know? Well, technically Gustav is the 6th, but Gustav kind of... Gustav kind of died, and so... But it kind of feels like there should have been a sixth party member, right? I wonder if they might do any like updates to the game to potentially add some stuff, you know, like DLC. You think maybe there might be DLC for the game or not? I would like to get a bit more out of the story, you know. There is still 6. What do you miss? 6? Still 6. What a cutscene for killing a basic mob. Hello.
They're a pretty good team.
I kind of doubt the story is very self-contained. I see. That's true. I mean, I have heard people say the story is a very like
Where did he go?
like well-written story, and if it's a well-written story already, it probably doesn't need any more, right? Where did Versa go? Did he just...
So, where did you go?
Did he ditch me?
I need to find Lune and Ciel, quickly.
Did he just ditch me? What do you mean there's still 6 party? You mean there's a 6th party member? You have a beta question? Yeah, what's your beta question? Spoilers? That's true, that's true. Oh, hello? It's okay, I do have an AoE skill.
Blade cut through the blades. I'm ready.
Nice.
Perfect.
Auto rush. Ooh. Man, what happened here? I looked at the armor reformed from Jatina and I tried reading Garmoth Guide, but that guide was too busy. I don't understand what I do and don't need. Okay, so let me go to Garmoth and maybe I can help explain it. Garmoth, Jatina armor. Did you this King Seraph? So you have to exchange your, I think it's your Tet. Yeah. So you have to exchange your Tet for like a Jatina Tet version. And then you basically use those reform stones to upgrade your Tet to level 1 to 5. And then that eventually gets it to 10, you know? And so the items you need is here, this chart. So the first reform stone to craft it is 10 concentrated stones, 50 memory fragments, 20 magical shards, 60 boss crystals, the rough emeralds, I guess, and then you craft it there. Yeah. Doesn't seem like you need any boss auras for 1, 2, 3, or 4, but level 5 does. Here it is. Yeah. So you would craft, this is the first one, I guess. You craft the first one, then you get Reform Stone 1, and then you upgrade it. And again, you can only upgrade it if you exchanged your Tet boss gear or Pentuvala gear for a Jatina armor version. You mentioned that you don't understand what you need, right? I think this chart basically tells you what you need, and then the rest should be pretty straightforward. I know it's a little bit complicated at first, but once you understand it, then the system is it's pretty straightforward. You just don't understand the materials. What don't you understand about it? For the materials, King Seraph. So you just process them together. So you do heating. So you press L in game, and then you go to process and you click the heating one, and then you put these 5 items in. So the first one requires, again, 10 concentrated stones, 50 memory fragments, 20 magical shards, 60 boss crystals, and then 1 rough emeralds. And the boss crystals are all like the same now. They used to be separate. Then they consolidated it. Yeah. I think I have the materials for that, but I'm not sure. You can press Control F, King Seraph. So if you're doing armor, you need rough emeralds. If you're doing weapons, you need green crystals, but you know, your weapons should already be covered with the pen black star, so don't worry about the weapons. Just do this, and then you just put it in your have you processed anything before, King Seraph? I think they do a bit of like introduction to processing in general for the beginning of the game, right? So you just shove it in here and then click heating, and you should get the first reform stone. So you mentioned you already exchanged it, right? So you should have the correct armor piece, and then you just enhance it, basically. There's like an enhance section with reform stones to upgrade it. Is there anything else you don't understand? Hopefully I was able to clear it up. And again, this chart should be pretty much everything you need. So oh, you're asking about the boss auras? Oh, you're asking how to get the boss auras. Okay. I guess I misunderstood your question about like the materials. Yeah, you basically melt down boss weapons at Pry and Duo. So Pry like Zarka or something, or Duo Dandelion. And then you should get the respective boss auras. And that seems like you only need boss auras for the 5th one, from what I'm understanding here. So the 5th one requires 50 concentrated stones, 450 memory fragments, 120 crystals, 30 boss auras, and 1 Achilles crystal, depending on if you're doing armor or weapons. Okay. Let's continue. I've personally actually never did that system myself, just because that system is new, or newer, rather. I kind of got my pen boss gear before that system even was implemented. I mean, it is a catch-up mechanic, so that does make sense. Trying to process? No, it's not your fault, King Sarf. It is convoluted. I think it's just a convoluted system in general, to be honest.
Think I'm close.
It was even more convoluted before, King Seraph. They have simplified it quite a bit by consolidating the materials, because before, each freaking boss gear had its own different crystal and aura, right? So if you wanted to upgrade your dim tree, you needed dim tree crystals and dim tree auras. Now it's just one item, right? It's just all boss auras, all crystals. But yeah, before it was even more complicated. Is there anything over here? What? I'm not rewarded for exploring? I think that's... Wait, there's a little hole here. We know what to do with holes, right? We need to go inside. Holes. Aha! A door. The inclusion of the old info made it harder. I see. Yeah, that's true.
Nice.
Ooh. These are some nice paintings. They They got paintings everywhere. Ooh.
But how? With someone who refuses to talk.
Benoit.
We don't even share the bonds of grief anymore. She walks her path, and I walk mine. I don't exist to her. None of us do. She's left us all behind to drown by ourselves so that she can drown
alone. Oh. Also, I have left Manshams. No, I have not gotten my piece, but I've moved over to Desert Nagas. Oh. That's okay, that's okay. You can always finish it another time, you know? There's like a strange calmness and mystery to the theme of the manor. Like, who put these manors here? Why are the doors like separate? They're out of getting a Tannis element. That's fair, that's fair. They did add all of those extra areas, right? Nagas, hollies for those elements, so you can grind other places. Because before it was just those. Those are your only options back then for me, Kusara. If I wanted the mana potion, I needed to grind Manshams, unfortunately. No options for me. Ooh, wait, is this the manor? Is this the actual manor? There's the stairs.
I knew you'd open the door for her.
Versa, where were you at, Versa? What the frick? Oh, it's the old guy.
Really, Verso? This was your plan?
Old Gustav. I don't think that's Gustav. Icy Watcher. That's Renoir. The music.
How many times must you hurt our family?
No, you don't get to lecture me on family.
Why do you refuse to see I am doing this for us? Yet you insist on rushing toward death. You're trying to stop the wrong cycle.
You're doing this for yourself.
Of course. It's easier for you to think that, isn't it? Easier to betray us if I'm the villain.
So move. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
You haven't told her the truth. Have you, son?
Sorry we're late. We were busy doing a bit of reading. Were you planning on sharing that this man, the man who murdered our team, is your father?
He's a daddy?
Family is not my favorite topic. Right, can we talk about this later? I'd really like for you all to survive this.
Oh, here we go. We got the strings, the violins. Yeah, I don't think Renwan's gonna survive very long. Yeah, goodbye, Renwan.
A storm is coming.
Okay, what if I skip some turns just so I can see the attacks?
Let the ink flow.
Uh-oh, we might kill him before that.
The elements dance.
Anka! Let's spill some ink.
Oh, the burn killed him. The burn ain't no way. Well, maybe this is for the best. We get to Act 3 quicker. What? Did he just try to target Minoko?
Everyone all right? Laka?
No, our little boy. Ain't no way.
Why can't you accept who you are?
This time, are you sure this? This kind of makes me think it's like time related. Is there some sort of, is that like old Gustav or something? If there's like time freezes. Oh god, Mutaru. Mutaru, they killed Noko.
What is that? Will you tell me your name?
Oh my god, they literally got yeeted.
Where did it go?
The mansion.
No. Alicia.
Fuck!
Noko. That's so rude. I raised Noko's relationship level to 1 last time. What the frick, man?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, mon ami.
Can people like clean up? Why are they always so bloody and dirty?
Your father.
I don't think of him as my father anymore.
Still, why didn't you just tell us?
Because it's private. And it's painful, and it's none of your business. I cut ties with him decades ago.
Lying by omission is still lying.
I've told you everything you need to know.
I'd rather make that determination for myself.
I think we can all understand where each other's coming from, right?
CL being the mediator yet again.
But we're a team now. And we won't get very far if we don't trust each other.
True.
Family's complicated.
Noko's been turned into a freaking pot.
In circles, your blind eyes on the dial, stripping off.
The stories say that Gestrels reincarnate. Is that true? Can you bring Noko back?
Partially. We can bring Noko back to life. But not all of Noko will return. It will be...
Like he won't remember us?
Noko.
My God.
The one you knew is gone.
No.
I'm so very sorry, my friend. And all for naught. The painter's heart was in that manor, and now it's gone. We have no way to access the monolith.
Expedition 58 seemed to think you knew another way.
What?
We found 58 and their journals.
So that's how you... I wasn't hiding it. If that's what you're implying. It's a dead end.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There is someone else who can help us.
Mr. Omega Lol face.
Excuse me. Is it true? Can you make a weapon that can pierce the barrier? Do you need something from the Axons? Do you need their hearts?
Look, to create this weapon, he needs enormous amounts of pure chroma, which is way beyond what we can get from Nevrons. The only source are Axons, yes. But like I said, that's a dead end. It's impossible.
Why? What are Axons?
They're massive creatures living on islands around the monolith. They're much stronger and much more dangerous than Nevrons. I can't die, and I still couldn't take them down.
Yet we found the corpse of one in Old Lumiere, so it's possible.
I don't know how that one died. But I'm telling you, listen to me, please. Our chances of taking them down without you lot dying are close to zero.
Close, but not zero. Death is coming either way. And as expeditioners, if we die fighting.
True.
Wonderful pep talk.
I know.
Freaking Lune. You killed
right.
big ones before I have.
If
I killed that big sprung guy.
Then let's be smart about it.
What do you mean?
I've had a few rough encounters with the Axons. There are 3 located on islands around the monolith, and we need at least 2 hearts to get enough chroma. One lives on a mountain too high for us to reach, so that one's out. We should start with the one to the west of the monolith. It's already been weakened by previous expeditions, right?
Yeah, good idea. Maximize our chances.
Or we embrace the challenge and pick the one in the east.
I like your spirit.
Thank you.
Did you listen to what I just said?
All these years and you've never defeated an Axon?
They're kind of tough.
And do you think our chances are close to 0?
Yeah, it's more like 100% because we're over-leveled.
I didn't think you cared about odds.
Lune and I have less than a year. But Mael's different.
Spend time? Yeah, let's rizz her up.
Story time?
Story time.
Let me think.
Come on. You've been alive for over 60 years. You must have tons of stories.
Over 100 years, actually. So, it's hard to choose.
You're 100 years old and so indecisive?
All right. Let me think. Okay. I'm gonna share something really dark with you.
Oh, I'm so intrigued.
I love these guys' like interactions with each other.
It's about my hair.
Your hair? That's a bit literal on the dark and personal.
Hey, I'm sharing a heartfelt secret here. Do you want the story or not?
Please, do share.
Sometime after the fracture, my hair turned completely white, like an old man. Luckily, the Gestural village has a hairstylist quite skilled in color treatments.
Lucky?
But he's always napping when I get there, and his apprentice always mucks things up. I'm lucky my hair's not purple this time.
Purple could be fun.
True.
So, your turn.
That was hardly dark or personal.
White hair? Old man, I'm revealing myself here.
All you've revealed is that you're vain and that you're really bad at making appointments.
True.
Vain? Hey, I'm not the one with all the bracelets and rings.
Actually, my students made these bracelets for me to remember them by.
Aww.
Because chances are we'll never see each other again.
Not necessarily.
I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. My youngest student is 6. Her parents will gommage when she's 12, and she herself won't live past 21. Her parents did the maths. They'll have 12 years as a family, and she'll experience 21 years of life. These are the choices we get to make. The earlier you have children, the more time you get to share with them, the more life they'll get to live. And every year you wait...
That's so freaking sad.
You're shortening your child's life.
Precisely.
You don't have any children, though.
No, I don't, but I have my students. One of my friends, Sophie.
Sophie!
She said she loves her children so much, the best thing she could do for them is not to have them.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's what happened in the beginning, right? With Gustav. That's why they broke up, is because Sophie didn't want to have children.
See? Dark and personal.
Yeah, you've set the bar high.
Come back with a better story next time.
True. Come up with a better story, Mr. Vessel. Okay, who else we gotta rizz up?
Okay.
Spend time. Oh, okay. I said we'll talk later, but we'll spend time with her.
My fellow night owl.
Night owl?
You never seem to sleep.
I sleep. I sleep enough.
What keeps you up?
What doesn't keep me up?
From one insomniac to another.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I just can't turn off my mind. It's like I pick up a puzzle and I can't set it down until I solve it.
And what's your current puzzle?
The talking Neverons. The ones that seem to have personalities and thoughts and feelings. I'm trying to make sense of the things they said. I know there's an important piece of the puzzle there. We need to find and talk to more of them.
I've talked to a few. They mostly spout nonsense. I wouldn't...
Maybe you weren't asking the right questions.
True.
Well, I'm certainly not as experienced as you.
What about you, my fellow night owl?
In the swimwear, we can change it. We can change it.
Same, I guess.
Really? You don't strike me as the obsessive warrior.
So, you'd call yourself an obsessive warrior?
Come on, I just shared with you.
Sleep is not very restful for me. I used to have horrible dreams, but somehow it was worse when they stopped.
Fascinating. So, you experience discomfort while you sleep? Pain? Are you aware of time passing? I should observe you next time you sleep.
Huh?
Well, that's not creepy.
Precisely. It's science.
Well, it's not like we have private rooms here, so... Sure. Knock yourself out.
For science.
Right.
Okay, Lune, I see. You're just trying to... For science, guys. Yeah, for science. Ooh. Tree of Life. Okay, let's change their outfits. Guess we can go with the pure one. Maybe the flowers. Yeah, I've been wanting to change them anyways. That's fine. Wavy. The flowers are nice. Put on a nice suit for him. There we go. Everyone's kind of matching now. Oh, bun action. Here we go. No, he's a trauma. He's in a swimsuit. Yeah, I didn't get the swimsuit. You didn't. I was in a swimsuit. We'll keep Minoko in the swimsuit there. I feel like we can progress CL more.
Andy.
I didn't think you...
Lune.
Because we got... Yeah, we can. Because we got Lune to 4 already.
Here to make amends for your terrible story?
I'll be honest. I didn't expect things to get so deep so fast.
Ooh, I don't know if I like the short hair with Verso.
I could tell.
Oh, I can keep up. In fact, I'm here to offer a story.
A good one this time?
Yes. Well, you said I'm vain.
I feel like Verso looks better with the long hair.
No, you said you're vain.
Would a vain person keep this scar? I could heal it, but I don't.
Oh? Why is that?
It's a reminder of the price I paid to stand on my own 2 feet. But, it meant walking away from people I cared about. So, there you have it. Dark and personal.
I feel like there's more to this story. It's probably not a coincidence then that Renoir has a similar scar.
You noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We disagreed on pretty much everything. Tactics, goals, what lines we wouldn't cross. I had to walk away, but...
The stylist he was talking about earlier effed up his hair. Now does Ganon. True.
You fought?
I was the stylist, actually, Utaro.
It was the first time we ever raised a hand against the other.
If you can control your healing...
Physical abuse?
That means Renoir can too. And he made the same choice as you. Interesting.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. But, you're right. So, dark and personal enough for you?
It was worthy.
Worthy of the story of that scar on your stomach.
Well, we all have scars that won't heal, don't we?
Deep.
That's a story for another time.
Wait.
The scars look good on you, though.
I gave a story. How come she didn't give a story back, huh?
That's the real reason I keep them.
Not true. Oh,
knew it.
okay. Okay. So. I think I can get CL to 4 as well. Because I got Lune to 4, so I think it needs to catch everybody up.
All these
They're kind of...
And you...
I didn't think...
Lune and...
Oh, I guess not. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. What the Ips. What about Mael? You punched her. Oops.
What was it like for you, growing up in Lumiere?
Aside from being a sad and lonely orphan, it was great. Although technically, everyone in Lumiere is an orphan.
How old were you when your parents passed away?
Around 3, I guess. I was an unwelcome surprise. They never wanted kids. And they definitely didn't want one right before their gommage.
Okay, wait. Mael, I think, was 16, right? So let's do the math. Her parents gommaged when they were 3, when she was 3, right? So were her parents like on the older side? Because that would have been like Expedition like 50-ish, right? Because if they gommaged when she was 3 years old, that was 13 years ago. So that would have been Expedition 46? So they had a child at 43 years old, right? So I see, okay.
Yeah. Your arrival must have caused quite a bit of concern.
Panic's probably a better word. Then they died. And I bounced around from family to family. I can't even remember all of them. I was kind of a weird kid, I guess.
So was I.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was obsessed with my piano and my paint set.
I was a bit more severe than that. I used to have lots of nightmares and talk to myself. Kept running away from home all the time.
Nah, if that's weird, then we're all weird. Actually, I kind of think everyone's a weird kid in someone's eyes.
Well, I was a weird kid in everyone's eyes.
Even Gustav's.
Kind of. It's why he and his sister took me in.
Aww.
Nobody else wanted me. But I guess Gustav and Emma used to be weird kids too. So they liked me.
Gustav, no.
See? Everyone's weird. What did you do in Lumiere? CL was a farmer, Lune was a researcher, Gustav was an engineer. What about you?
Nobody wanted me for any of the fancy apprenticeships. so I got stuck as a runner for the warehouses. But that
like a
turned out to
courier.
be kind of nice. I got to go everywhere in the city. I probably know the place better than anyone.
Yeah? What was your favorite place?
The Hanging Gardens. Me and Gustav used to go
Oh,
up there
that's
a lot.
that's where we started, right?
Do you miss Lumia?
In the game.
Yeah. I do. Not just the place, but everything about that time. The festivals, the gardens, dancing the night away on the harbour. Before... well, all this. That home is gone. Not just the place, but also the people.
You have us now?
Yeah. And you've got me. So, you want to dance the night away?
Maybe us, Ciel.
Okay. I like these interactions with our teammates here. They definitely add a lot more character development, you know?
Ready for the...
Can I keep progressing her? No. What about SK? SK, you want to...
I'm
be mad.
stinking mad.
About... Noko.
That was mean. I thought he cared. Renoir's not being Renoir.
He's not. I know, buddy. I'm mad too.
Oh my god, it's a long neck.
Enjoying the stars.
Staring up there.
Stars are the apples of the sky.
I like the way SK talks. He talks very like metaphorically, you know?
I
don't know if that's the right word. I love this way you see the world. I like the way he put that. SK definitely does see the world differently.
Ooh, that constellation looks like Francois.
Francois.
I guess. It's very round.
Like Francois.
Francois?
Yes, and it's soft.
Soft and float ain't no way, no. Francois is not soft.
Francois. On the inside.
On the on the inside.
Talking about the Saint Francois, Monsieur Grumpface.
Enfant used to be all wee, but now he's all
wee.
Yes, wee. Back in the day, when there was nothing in the world except the four of us,
With the
flying
four of us?
around on adventures.
Who's the fourth? Who's the fourth? So there's SK, Verso, Francois, and who's the fourth?
Ah, I see. And
Renoir?
Ooh? How come you're not grumpy like Francois?
I am grumpy.
Oh, are you now?
I too am. But I'm also wee. So the wee balances the.
True.
You might say you're a bit wee woo then.
Okay.
You really.
That's a line. Guys, they wrote that. And Ben Starr said that for them. That's crazy.
Wee woo
wee woo myself. Ain't no way.
Although I'm a bit more woo than wee these days.
True. I could say that about everything.
Hey.
Is he patting his head?
Oh. And if you squint and sort of scrunch up your face, that one next to it looks like Noko.
Cute. Ooh, Striker. That's a BDO class. Okay,
I'm sorry, Mom. I know.
What about Noko?
I'm ready. Just say the word.
When the time is right. After we've settled this.
There's a lot of time we're spending.
polishing your collection of Nev legs?
Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Beautiful is,
He really likes feet.
Could use.
Your lack of enthusiasm is disappointing.
Why do you need to polish them anyway?
A warrior must be prepared for battle. And battle is just as much mental as physical.
True.
Mental, eh?
Imagine you're in Nevron, and you see me charging toward you, brandishing the well-polished and gleaming leg of one of your brethren. Think of the intimidation.
True. I wouldn't want to battle anyone who's using your hairy foot as a club.
Ew.
More for the smell than the intimidation.
And then I transform into one of them. Ha! Intimidation and confusion. From that alone, the battle is already won. The rest is mere cleanup.
I mean, Gestrels do like to fight.
Funny. Doesn't seem to work for you against Stalacts, does it?
Stalacts are too stupid to realize they should be intimidated and confused.
Right. Definitely not because you're afraid of them.
Ha! Me? I fear no Nevron. Least of all a Stalact.
Perfect. In that case, want to go intimidate some Stalacts? We've got some time to kill.
Oh.
Yes, well, that would definitely be quite...
Wait, why is he
exhilarating.
not up for the fight?
But maybe later. I really need to finish polishing all these legs. I've still got 20 more to go.
Oh.
I've missed you. All right then. Come on, move over and hand me an extra cloth. Let's get these legs shining so bright they blind our enemies and send them screaming.
Okay, well. Minoko's a leg kind of person, you know?
I'm sorry, mon vieux.
I know.
I'm ready.
When the time is right.
Okay. Looks like we've progressed everybody. Oh, I'm writing the journal. Yeah, Minoko's a great character.
So, the masked person with Renoir, that's your sister? Not a hard leap to make.
Her name's Alicia.
Alicia.
What's wrong with her? She wears a mask all the time, she never talks, and she's always staring.
She was trapped in a fire a long time ago. Damaged her face and her throat, so, yeah.
Why did they come to see me?
I don't know. That surprised me when you told me. She helped me before. I thought she'd help me again, but it seems she's chosen a different side. Family is complicated, right? Do you want the armband back?
What?
I feel like a fraud wearing it, given, you know.
Wear it anyway. You said you chose your side, right?
I did. You're not upset with me.
Strangely, no. I hate secrets, but Gustav always gave people the benefit of the doubt.
Gustav!
Your actions are what matters. I trust you.
Thanks.
Okay, is that everything?
All these years.
They're kind of.
And
I didn't think.
Let me just double check if I don't have to.
Lune. Okay.
Oh my god, Lune.
Lune. Okay. Ready for the act?
Okay, I think I've got everybody.
I'm ready.
When the time.
I'm
about
Dad.
He's not.
Okay, I think we're good. Subversive to Lune. Oops. Oops. swim through coral reefs. Okay. I do like the progression of the way they do the world map. Is that Eskia gains new abilities? I like that. Shit. Now I feel like I gotta break all the corals. You know? Where are we going though? There were some corals here.
Swim, swim, as the swimmer.
With the rocks. Oh. Ooh. Roma. Accents to the east. Okay. I just want to check out some of the stuff I missed. Now that we have the swim through corals, we can probably check out some stuff we didn't access before, right? Ooh. Dude, SCA swims actually so fast. Ooh, hello. And I lost Gestrel. Oh, my party.
Going. Better.
Let's carve a path.
Oh, this guy has quite a bit of HP, actually. Although, I still don't think I'll get a turn.
Chroma is flowing. Let the ink flow.
Maybe he will get a turn. You're outmatched. Nah.
Swimsuit on.
The machine. Ooh. The dragon in the sky looks pretty cool. Where am I going here? Ooh. That seems like an interesting area. Wait, can we get up here? There's a little manor up there. I guess not. It's kind of covered by all the ice. Anything over here? Can I climb up here? No.
No.
Oh, I need something to go underwater. Okay. Oh shit, who's this?
Expedition 43. Sabine. That damn snake destroyed all our submarines in a matter of minutes.
The damn
and now
snake?
We're stuck with no equipment, no food, no water, nothing.
Oh, like the flying thing in the sky?
Island, and no way to kill that bloody serpent. Putain. The painters must be laughing. Diverting the resources of the entire engineering and defense divisions to construct those subs. And mad! All the people who trusted our vision and volunteered their lives. If we die stranded on this tiny island after everything we went through to get here,
They did. I guess they did die on this tiny island.
and this island and that stupid snake for all time. Merde!
Merde. Serpent in the sky, right? I see it. Okay, well. Alright, you're up, guys. Minoko and Seal, you guys are up. Get him, Minoko. Oh. Oh. Get him, Minoko, get him. Oh, he's a flying mob? Ain't no way. Oh, he still got hit. I still think I'll kill him though.
Keep going.
Easy. Blood on. I really like the way they tell the story with these journals, like of the previous expeditions. His swim is way faster than his run. I wonder why that is. I feel like IRL, you would also move slower. Not like running, but you would technically move faster when you're running, right, IRL, than swimming, I think. Have I been here? I think I have. Okay, where's a coral place I have not checked yet? Here, right? Here and also here. So we need to check here and here. I guess we'll go over here first. Air resistance is less than water resistance. True, yeah. We went there. Wait, can I get onto this virgin? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, it's your birthday, King Sarah? Oh my gosh, happy birthday.
Time for swim.
Hopefully you had a nice day. Lots of cake, lots of time spent with loved ones.
Time for swim.
I guess I went over here already. I guess we check on this left side. Time for me to vanish away. All right, have a good rest of your night, King Seraph. Thank you again for stopping by, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your birthday. Gonna lurk, Bria? Alright. Thank you for lurking. Have I been up here?
Let us get wet.
I guess I have been up here. Haven't been over here though. Oh, definitely haven't been here. Oh, you were saying you're turning 33, so you're gonna vanish now? Oh no. It's nice that I still get the feet, even though Minoko dies.
Swimsuit on.
Was there anything here? Oh, here. There is something here. Oh, that's a creepy mob. That's like twitching. Oh, I see. Like it rolled over midnight.
Oh, lovely.
Do you have anything special planned? For me, I don't usually celebrate my birthday too crazily. Just some like nice food. Just a nice comfortable time. Get him, Minoko, get him. Is this a merchant? Is Gustav's haircut? Ain't no way. He stole Gustav's haircut? Ain't no way. Well, I guess we're playing as Gustav now. Just for the memories. Can't believe he yoinked his freaking. He yoinked it, guys. He yoinked his haircut. Falling leaves.
Careful. Some expedition has died here.
Okay.
Oh.
There's an abnormal Nevron roaming about.
Hello? Sure. Huh? They're survivors.
And it has a taste for expeditioner armbands.
I don't know what's so exciting about birthdays. Well, it's the day you were born. Icy Watcher, I feel like it's not anything to like, nothing to understand about. To celebrate the day you were born, you know? I feel like it's a very like common thing to do. I'm sure like some people celebrate it more extravagantly, or some people like to take it a little bit more chill. Either way, I think however you want to celebrate your birthday is valid, you know? Am I going the right way? Don't know, don't care. Let's just make it up. Oh! I thought it was one of those P-tanks, but it's not. I like how I basically skipped their attack because I'm dead. I bought some stuff for myself to spend the time with the husband, might order some food. Only important part to me for celebrating my birthday is not dealing with anyone else's BS. True. That's how I want to celebrate every day, to be honest, King Sarah. It's not talking. Why don't you want to talk to me? The Climbers Expedition was here. Oh, that might have been a shortcut.
Matteo.
Expedition 35.
35.
That was 2 years ago.
He was so brave. So that's what it means to lay the trail. I survived and will continue on. But to all the heroes of my team, I dedicate our journal. All of them were bleeding out from our battle with the terrifying Nevron roaming this area.
Uh-oh.
Yet in their final moments, they used their bodies to create a bridge
for
those who come after. Expedition 35 is over.
They used their...
comes.
Oh. Oh my god. They used their bodies as a bridge? That's insane.
The eternity of ice. Going. Living giants.
Oh, they're...
Incoming.
Oh shit.
Careful, Pale.
Wait, am I not tapped in? What happened? Oh well. It's time to die. Oh. Oh. Did I just full heal that guy? Oops. Oh my god, I have oh my god, I have oh.
Cut him down.
Glacium. Chromatic ballet. I would like to not be involved with people's BS, but on my B-day, my friends are all aware that I don't care if your grandma passed away. Tell me tomorrow. I understand that. Yeah.
Let the ink flow.
Just to focus on yourself. A day for yourself. Makes sense to me. Wait, they're flying? Ain't no way. Dodge this. Some of you will get hurt at least. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yomp. Let's see.
Worth it. Cut him down.
He's trying to charm me, man.
Let us stain them.
I think I should do Typhoon just to give everybody AP.
Eternity of ice.
Finesse and grace. You can't escape.
Okay, now that in Virtuoso, you're dead.
Watch out, my owl.
Oh shoot, I forgot the last one.
My turn.
Goodbye. Ooh, that's a cool weapon. BlizzCon. Or Blizzon. Dude, I can't believe they made a bridge of their bodies. It's so freaking morbid. That's crazy. Hello? You breathe? I thought her paintings took you all. I wish I could understand. Why she does that? She's always been there from the moment I was born. Can you find her? Maybe she will talk to you. Ask her why she killed them all. Find her. Whatever's around here. If I had to guess, it might be the lady or the thing down at the, you know, the big fly. I don't know how to describe it. She's like hanging upside down like a bat. She's trying to copy Dracula here. What's happening? Oh. Hey. I do it for him. I do it for us. What he created, what we created. Ooh. Oh! I didn't even realize there was a freaking door here to the manor. Hello?
Nice.
Oh. Mael's room. Oh. Bum bum. All right, let's head back up. Oh, the monsters respawn. No. Where was the section? Wait. There's like a little section over here. where does this section lead? Oh, it's a little shop, sure. Fight the merchant.
Ready to parry.
Dude, I love the song.
Brave. Let's spill some ink. Flames. Brave. On me.
Oh shit. Oops.
Good.
A little early.
Let's spill some ink. Flames. Brave.
Okay,
Okay.
this time for sure. No! Die. Dude, the parry's so good. Ooh, unspiders. Anything else up here? Oh my god. Let me just yoink this real quick. No! I got stuck on the thing. Dude, the auto death is so freaking funny. Not the self-gamage build. Ain't no way. Oh, do you have to come back up here? I guess so. Lay the trail for those who come after. Got her. Sorry, boy. Sorry, little young boy. I accidentally punched you there. My bad. Wait, why can we go in this like little tiny section there? What the... And there's nothing there? I can't believe it. This is my reward for exploding. Huh? Uh-oh. This doesn't seem good. Uh-oh. Wait, we're going so high. Well, what? Oh my god. Another expedition die here? There's 2 expeditions that die here.
Expedition 49. We can hold the line for another few days, but we need to find a way out. Our water supply is running dangerously low. Focusing our strategy around healing was a smart move. But we can't take down an Everin like this with our weak firepower and our backs against the wall. We can keep the fighters healed for quite some time, but not without water. Even with water, we'd eventually run out of stamina. For our allies who come after. Sadly, our lives...
For those who come after.
Defense is both absolutely necessary and wholly insufficient.
True. Just go for all offense, guys. Yeah, if you just kill them before they kill you, then you don't need any defense, right? You see. True. This looks like a boss fight. Hello? Oh, here we go. Verso kind of looks like Timu Gustav. Ain't no way. Not Verso looking like Timu Gustav. Oh my god. It kind of looks like Go Blue, but like if he was creepier. Oh my god, the music. Forgot. Get him, Minoko. Get him. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's a long ass combo, man. The last stand of Expedition 33.
Chroma is flowing.
This guy even gonna get a turn? I don't think so. Just strong
Let
guys.
us stain them. Chroma is flowing.
Wait, why aren't I getting freaking, was it perfection? That's weird. Man, this guy's not gonna get a turn. We're too OP, guys.
Witness the flames. Finesse and force.
You're outmatched.
Wait, he literally skipped his turn. Ain't no way. He skipped his turn by being angry. Oh my god, guys. We over-leveled so hard. Sprong, defeating Sprong just made us so OP. Scaverum. Well, definitely can't wait to get to Act 3 now. So you can go back to the content here. I think this might be a good time to get to have a stopping point here, actually. I'm like wondering if I should just progress to Act 3 right away. Because me over leveling in Act 2 kind of made everything a little bit too easy. We'll see. We'll see. But I think for now, I'll take a break here. It is kind of getting a little late. I do have some work tomorrow. No stream tomorrow, unfortunately. I do have 2 narration scripts to work on, so that's going to take all day. Friday, though, I'll be back on Friday. Friday, maybe afternoon Friday. But for now, take a break here. So thank you so much for watching, Icy Watcher. Thank you so much for hanging out, King Cypher. Hopefully you'll have a good birthday tomorrow. I wish you all the best wishes. Maybe the stream. Thank you for watching, Icy Watcher. Thank you. It's always nice to see you here. It's always nice to see any familiar faces that always come by. So thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. But for now, I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night. Bye.